After that, let's already go. Oh wait, why is this?
Come, Mama. Come here, Mama. You know what Mama can know what you see, Mommy. Yeah, I want to need it.
Use the mic up there.
Yes, she has a lapel. You can use either mic.
You can use that one up there. Okay.
You can put them in the bathtub. Make sure that you take that tray. Okay, I will do it. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. I think it's time for us to get started. On behalf of our Philoptochos board, Don and I, the Philoptochos co-presidents of our chapter here at Annunciation, we'd like to welcome you all to our Lenten Retreat. We're so fortunate and grateful to be gathering today during this special Saragosti time, as we all need to focus inward and not to be so distracted with life's many distractions in a world that's always telling us to be doing more. I want to thank Dawn for chairing our event today, and I want to thank everyone on our board and some people not on our board that brought food and for breakfast and lunch. We greatly appreciate our anonymous sponsor for bringing Presbyterian Dr. Jenny to be with us today. You know who you are. We thank you at the bottom of our hearts. And we'll introduce our speakers so we can get started. Thank you for coming.
All right, good morning, and thank you again for joining us today for Philoptochos Lenten Retreat. A lovely guest speaker has been here a few times before, and we're happy to have her back again. She's here today to talk about her newest book, The Crucifixion of the King of Glory, the amazing history and sublime mystery of the Passion. We thought the subject of her latest book would be an excellent topic to dive deeper into during Lent, with Pascha being only 2 weeks away. She is a biblical scholar, attorney, teacher, author, podcaster, and an amazing storyteller. We're so happy to have her here with us today, so please welcome Presbytera and Dr. Jeannie Constantine.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Yes, now everybody can hear. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, it's such a pleasure to be in Kansas City once again. May I have, John, can I have the little clicker? I think it's not working. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, we'll figure that out during the break. But this is one of the problems with technology. It was working before. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started because we have a schedule today. We want to let you folks out a little bit earlier in the afternoon. Not too early, but not too late, because we know everybody gets tired. So yes, the book is The Crucifixion of the King of Glory, and I wrote it because I think that there's so much that we don't really understand about what happened to Christ during the Passion and Crucifixion. And what we do know, it's so amazing and so fascinating, and I can tell you, having talked about this subject for literally decades, I hate to admit, but it's true, a long, long time. Nonetheless, I learned so many amazing things that I did not know before. So, and I just want, I'm hopeful that this book will give you a deeper appreciation for what happened to Christ. So, we made our, I think I have a, maybe I can come closer, maybe that's what we should do.
We're still checking it.
I know, but I have a mouse that has a long cord. I brought that in just in case, one of those just in case things. So maybe we could use that. Is it working now? No. Okay, sorry. Let's do this so I can change this line. And I'll move my one. I know, I'm gonna have to get closer. There we go.
Hold on, I got another idea.
We have to be nice. We have to be flexible. We have to be able to adjust. Not the worst. I have another.
Hold on.
It's long enough. Very good. All right, no rush. Let's try that. Okay, so that's like this. Yeah. All right. We're not live streaming. Did we end up live streaming? We are live streaming?
Mhm.
Oh, goody, goody. Okay, yay, exactly. Okay. Good to know. All right, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. And Jim. Okay, so the first question is, why was Jesus crucified? Because right? We get it. We love the Lord. We can't imagine why anybody would want to kill him. But this is the reality. This really did happen. That Philip didn't want him dead. And so the very first question that we want to address is, why was Jesus even crucified in the first place? And by the way, the Orthodox Church, I think, does the best job of any church, really giving us the background that we need to understand everything about the crucifixion. And it gives us the historical context. If you go to church, okay, if you go to church, you go to the services, you have that your Holy Week book, follow along. We have long gospel readings during these services, and they are telling us why these things happen. So we have these conflicts in the early church. And so here's my first question. Was Jesus always nice? Was Jesus nice? We get the idea that, to be a Christian means you have to be nice all the time and never offend anybody. So was Jesus always nice? Of course not. Okay? He said the truth. Now, he didn't go around trying to offend people, but people were offended by what he said because it was the truth. So we have to get over this idea of, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Now, I hope you understand what I'm saying. We're not supposed to be cruel to people, but when something is true, we have to stand for truth. And that's very important, regardless of what consequences it has. So yes, Jesus caused a lot of offense. So in what kinds of ways? And by the way, that's how these gospel readings begin with early Holy Week. That we hear about the conflicts between Jesus and the Jewish leaders, such as Sabbath observance, laws of social association, ritual cleanliness. I don't know, I can do that. Oh, okay, well.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm having trouble.
Well, it's okay. I don't think we need to fuss with it anymore. Did you X that out? X that out?
I'm not showing my screen. Okay. So.
Okay, so why don't we, as they're trying to figure that out, why don't we talk about what kinds of things Jesus did? I gave some examples of the things that he did to cause offense to the Jewish leaders? And what were some of those things? Okay. Can I change this? All right. There we go. There we go. Healing on the Sabbath. So many examples of that, right? It seems like Jesus was always getting in trouble on the Sabbath for healing on the Sabbath. This was a law. This was a rule. You were not supposed to heal someone on the Sabbath. That was considered work, right? So he did this in spite of the fact that that was a rule that people observed. What else? Well, here's another one. This is an icon of Zacchaeus. So eating with tax collectors and sinners, this made you ritually unclean. And what else? Well, he touched lepers. There was nothing more filthy than a leper. That made you unclean. And after dead bodies, people who were dead and things like this, he didn't run off to the temple and cleanse himself after he touched them. So Jesus violated all of these rules. So Jesus violated these rules of Sabbath regulations, ritual cleanliness, social interaction, and what's the problem with all of that? Well, he's a rabbi. He's supposed to be giving a good example to people, all right? So he caused a lot of offense to people. And he's healing the woman bent over. There's a story in the gospel of Luke about a lady who couldn't even stand upright. She was bent over. And of course, he healed her on the Sabbath. And she was scolded by the leader of the synagogue, saying, there are 6 days in which you can come to the synagogue to be healed. Don't come to the synagogue to be healed. So poor lady, all she did was come to services that day. She didn't know she was going to meet Jesus. But it was an amazing thing. And she was healed. And yet, rather than glorifying God, she was scolded. Okay? Well, here's the problem. Jesus was doing all these things, and they considered him, because he's a rabbi, and rabbis usually promoted keeping the law of Moses. Because this happened, now they don't know exactly how to respond to the fact that he's able to do these signs. It wasn't just his teaching by saying that it's not what you eat that makes you unclean, it's what comes out of your heart. That's a violation, of course, also. But how could they explain his healing powers? You tell me, because you know. How do they explain it? Because if he doesn't get this power from God, go ahead, what's the reason? Yes, Beelzebub. It comes from the devil. Power can only come from one of two places. It either comes from God or it comes from the devil. And they assumed it can't be from God, right? Because God wouldn't violate their rules. Now, what you have to realize is that the rules that they were opposing are not in the Bible. They're not in the Torah. Of course, the Torah says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. They weren't supposed to work. But rules against something like healing on the Sabbath is not in the Torah. Okay, but they decided that Jesus must be violating the laws of God because they represented authority. God put them in place. Therefore, the laws that they made, they didn't think of their own laws as made by humans. They thought of them as given by God because it's just an extension or an interpretation of the divine law. So they had concluded that in spite of Jesus's remarkable healing powers, he must be getting his powers from the devil because he disagrees with them. It's ultimate hubris. So, you see, he's a bad rabbi, he's a false prophet, he's a bad example, he's leading the people astray. And so, how did they explain this? It can only come from the devil, all right? Especially the last sign. What was the very last sign? Raising of Lazarus, absolutely. So that's one of the first catalysts that we see. Now, if we look at the Gospels carefully, we can see that Jesus came into conflict with the Jewish leaders throughout his entire ministry. I don't know if you remember this story. We're thinking We don't hear this on a Sunday, but the very first time he came to Nazareth, came back to his hometown after he started his preaching, they tried to kill him. Okay, so that was the very first time. But then there was all these other times that they tried to arrest him, they wanted to stone him, they plotted to kill him. We're very familiar with these stories. So this had been going on for pretty much his entire ministry. But the raising of Lazarus is the first real catalyst. Now think about this. Only the Orthodox Church has what we call the Saturday of Lazarus. Of course, that doesn't surprise us. This was part of the early church. And there is a diary by a pilgrim called Egeria who visited the Holy Land, and she describes the Saturday of Lazarus back in the 4th century, okay? So this is something we have been remembering for a very long time. So the Saturday of Lazarus, remembrance of the Lord coming to Bethany, raising Lazarus, and its connection to the passion of the Lord is something that the Orthodox Church has preserved. And it's important because it tells us why Jesus was welcomed into Jerusalem the next day with this big crowd, you see? So we have them back to back. And as a matter of fact, if you remember, we sing the same hymn on the Saturday of Lazarus as we do on Palm Sunday. Timkini nanastasi. Timkini nanastasi pronusupathus vistumenos. When you raised Lazarus from the dead before your passion. That's the same hymn, because those two feasts are connected. So look at what the church is doing there. The church is trying to explain to us why the crowd welcomed Jesus. And then through the gospel readings of early Holy Week, why the Jewish leaders wanted Jesus put to death. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the church recognizes the importance of us understanding historically what happened to the Lord. That's important. That's one reason why I wrote the book. So, for example, in other churches, like in the Catholic Church, believe it or not, on Palm Sunday, they call this week, they call it Holy Week too, but they also call it Passion Week. They read about the crowd crying for the crucifixion of Jesus on Palm Sunday, okay? And so they go from Palm Sunday, where they have the palms and everything like all Christians do. They go from Palm Sunday to Holy Thursday. They leap from that to the washing of the feet and the first, communion. And then Friday and Saturday, it's a very truncated Holy Week. There's no sense of the development. For us, it's like a drama that develops, right? And it grows and builds and builds. Palm Sunday was wonderful. We decorated the church. It's so great. Then all of a sudden, everything changes by Palm Sunday evening. There's a dark tone. We know that bad things start to happen, right? There's a lot of conflict in those gospel readings. And then Monday, and then Tuesday, and then we're hearing about Judas betraying the Lord. And then it just builds and builds and builds. It's like that whole experience for us, right? It's really something very precious. So we have to preserve these things about the church, but I want you to understand why we do it. So the raising of Lazarus is the first catalyst. Why? Because right after the raising of Lazarus, you've got to go to church every single day during Holy Week, every day. Bring your Holy Week books and listen to the readings, follow along with the readings and the hymns. And this explains a lot to you. So on the Saturday of Lazarus, after the gospel reading, we hear that some of the people went back home with Mary, Martha, and Lazarus, but others ran to Jerusalem to tell the Jewish leaders all about it, right? Like little tattletales. And there was an emergency meeting of the great Sanhedrin, and they said, what are we going to do about Jesus? He does too many signs. That's the word for miracles for the Jews. Too many miracles. What are we going to do about it? Rather than rethinking, well, maybe he really is the Messiah, because there were these prophecies. By the way, and all the Jews knew them. All the Jews knew the prophecies of the Messiah. Among them was the fact that the Lord was the Messiah would give sight to the blind, and the lame would walk, and the deaf would hear. Those are the prophecies. Rather than rethinking, well, maybe he really is the Messiah. in spite of the fact that he's a nobody from Galilee, you know. Maybe he is the Messiah. No, that can't be right because we don't like him, we don't agree with him, or he doesn't agree with us, so he can't be the Messiah. So what are we going to do about it? So they have this emergency meeting. And the high priest says, you don't get it. You don't understand. We have to put it to death. It's better for one man to die than for the whole nation to be destroyed. Remember that? Yep. So they decide right after the raising of Lazarus that this is the end. He's going to have to die. So the raising of Lazarus tells us, now, of course, they had tried to arrest him before, but it tells us that they resolved. They were determined, they made a decision that Jesus has to die, and they really want him dead before Passover. So we'll talk more about that later. Why Passover? And by the way, it was Sunday, and Passover was going to be on Saturday. So the other reason why the raising of Lazarus is important is because
Okay, Nasa.
it does. Why the crowds?
Mark your hoodie, Mark then.
Somebody's talking. Why the crowd welcomed Jesus into Jerusalem. He got a hero's welcome. He got the equivalent of a Fifth Avenue or whatever, Broadway, New York Broadway, ticker tape parade. I'm not sure what street do they have the ticker tape parades on, remember? In New York, but that's like a hero's welcome. Oh, tomorrow you're going to have a big parade, right? Because Kansas University ran what the big basketball thing. I know. I heard about that on the news. Everybody's talking about it, especially on the local news for the weather. And everybody's talking about the parade. So, yeah, they won the basketball. So, yeah, that's going to be a big deal. So, this is what happened, but much bigger to Jesus, because he was welcomed into Jerusalem because of the raising of Lazarus. Now, so the first catalyst is the raising of Lazarus. The second catalyst is the entry into Jerusalem, because when he comes in, the crowd is shouting, Hosanna, which means save us. Son of David, which is a messianic title. Okay, his father, everybody thought his father was Joseph, right? They didn't say son of Joseph, they said son of David. That's a messianic title. That means we believe in the Messiah. Hosanna to the King of Israel. Wow. Okay, so again, and what else? This is something we hear a lot on Saturday of Lazarus, and especially Palm Sunday. Blessed is the one who comes, right? In the name of the Lord. That's not, they're not talking about the one who's coming into the city on a donkey. It's the one who comes is also a messianic title. We think it's saying, oh, blessed is the one who's coming into the city. No, because for hundreds of years, the Jews waited for the Messiah. Hundreds and hundreds of years, they waited for him. And they developed titles. He's the coming one, the one who will come, the one who is to come. That became a title, a way of referring to the Messiah. So I just want you to realize that the people of Jerusalem believed that Jesus was the Messiah. Okay, most of the people were convinced. That's why Jesus would say things like, blessed are you, Father, for you have showed these things to the simple and the babies, and you've hidden them from the wise and the educated. It's not that God hid the identity of Jesus from the smart people, the elites of society. It's just that they wouldn't accept him. But simple people did accept him. And that's why we have to remember that faith is more important than intellectual knowledge. So the ordinary people saw what Jesus was doing. They accepted him as the Messiah. It's the elites of Jerusalem society who rejected him mostly. Not all, but many did, okay? So the entry to Jerusalem is another catalyst because the chief priests and the other Jewish aristocracy, the chief priests were among the Jewish aristocracy, and then there were rich people who weren't priests who were also part of the aristocracy. They saw the crowd acclaiming Jesus as the Messiah, and they said, oh, this is not good. Look, the whole world is going after him. We have to get rid of this guy right away. So it confirmed to their minds that they made the right decision to put him to death. Now they had to figure out how they're going to do it. Okay, so the entry to Jerusalem is just a confirmation for them that they have to get rid of Jesus. Okay, so that's, yep, they're alarmed. Got to do something about this guy. And this is the third catalyst, the cleansing of the temple. So the cleansing of the temple is something we don't exactly understand very well. Sometimes we think, well, if we get mad, we say, yeah, well, Jesus got mad too, Jesus lost his temper. This is not like Jesus losing his temper and trashing the temple, because he had been to the temple how many times in his lifetime? Countless times. There were 3 festivals, Jewish festivals, that Jewish men were required to attend every single year. And then there were all these other festivals that they weren't required to attend that we know he went to Jerusalem for, like Hanukkah, okay? And he had been going since he was a little kid. So Jesus had been to the temple lots and lots and lots and lots of times. So many times, it's like asking you how many times you've been to church. Can you count? You can't count that. So he's been to the temple many times. So why does he cleanse the temple? This is a symbolic act. It's a prophetic act. And it was intended to make a statement. And it sure did. And this is really the most important reason why Jesus gets arrested. And this, you're going to see, is at the heart of a lot of the things that happen to Jesus, okay? During Holy Week, if you pay attention, it has to do with the temple and the chief priests. You see, sometimes we think that the big opponents of Jesus were the Pharisees, and they were, right? Because they were the ones who were objecting to the fact that he wasn't keeping ritual purity. But when it comes to the trial of Jesus and his execution, it's the chief priests who are the instigators, and they're the ones who are pushing for everything to happen. If you listen to the gospel readings of Holy Week, you will recognize that. It's the chief priests who have him arrested. It's the chief priests who paid Judas the money. It's the chief priests who take Jesus to Pilate. The chief priests who shout for Barabbas to be released again and again and again. It's not the Pharisees, it's the chief priests. Why? Because they're the ones who have power in Jerusalem, and they have power because of that big structure that you see right there. I hope I'm not blocking the view of anybody. Did you see all right? Okay, good. That's to give you an idea of the temple, the size of the temple in relation to the city of Jerusalem. This is a model that they have in Jerusalem. So we're using it to give you an idea. So here you see the city, and then you see this massive temple complex there at the city of Jerusalem. So the temple was extremely important, and it was the source of all of their heritage. You can see the scale of the temple, the size of it, as compared to the rest of the city. So it's been estimated it's about 25%. So if you can think of Kansas City, 25% of the city was taken up by one massive institution. That would tell you how important it is. So the temple was extremely important in Judaism. First of all, it was extremely important for their identity and for their unity. There were certain things that united all Jews. There were lots of different forms of Judaism in the first century, but all Jews agreed about certain things, about the importance of the Torah. Everybody kept the law of Moses. There was one temple. This was also an important unifying factor. So here we get, this again is a little model. This is somebody's recreation. I have some arguments with some of it, but I'm going to show you some pictures a little bit as we continue. It's not exactly perfect, but it does give you some idea. This here, since we're showing this, this is the court of the women. When you would enter the doors, you would enter into this space. Anybody could be in here. They're not showing this array. There was a wall all the way around this. This is the big, I'm going to go backwards. Okay, now let's go one more. One forward. I want to go backwards. Okay, so you see this big open space here? This big open space is the court of the Gentiles. And actually the temple itself is this, the sacred space is this right here. And it's not really in the middle, but that's okay. This is how the model is showing it. So you see all these, you see those colonnades? This is a covered colonnade. This is the Royal Stoa, in case you didn't know what I'm talking about. And then this is where they were selling the sacrificial animals and things like this. There are colonnades all the way along here. And that's where Jesus would go and teach. When it says that he went to the temple and taught, he's under this double colonnade that had massive pillars, double column, 2 pillars on one side, 2 pillars on the other side, and covered, as you can see. And it was a sheltered area where Jesus would teach. This area here is called the Court of the Gentiles. It's an open courtyard where anybody could be, even if you were a Gentile. But then this sacred space right here was surrounded by a low wall, not this low, like this high. And only if you were ritually clean and Jewish, you could pass through openings in the wall and enter these sacred spaces. Okay, so here we see the court of the court of the women. So outside is the court of the Gentiles. Anybody could be there. To be in this area, you had to be at least a Jewish woman. Okay. Over here is the treasury. This is where all the money was kept. And in this area was where they had these massive celebrations. Up here, you see this. You can't really tell very well, but there's these circular steps. Let's see if we can get down. So here we are, sort of in the court of the women. These massive circular steps where you would enter, you would walk up these stairs to enter the next restricted space. If you were a Jewish man, you could enter into this space, all right? So here you see this other color colonnades, and these were balconies above. And so this was an area where a lot of massive and beautiful ceremonies were held. So let's see if we can get that, past that into that. Oh, no. Yes, you're asking.
When we talk about the Theotokos,
Yes,
and she was basically dropped off at the temple at
Yes.
8 years old.
Yeah.
Where were these women living?
okay, the question is about where were women living like the Theotokos was living? So there's a kind of a tradition that she was living in the Holy of Holies in here. I don't think historically that that's accurate. That probably developed out of the Apocrypha and out of piety. So they would not have been living, nobody was living in here. Okay, and I know some people are going to be upset that I said that, but I'm just telling you that the Holy of Holies was an empty space that only the high priest entered once a year. So on Yom Kippur, to sprinkle blood. What we have to understand is that when the Apocrypha were written, Apocrypha is not scripture. Okay, Apocrypha are books that were written by other people a long time after the historical events. So the Apocrypha like that talks about her living in the Holy of Holies, she is the Holy of Holies. So there's a kind of a theological symbolism about her living in the Holy of Holies because she is the one who contained the Lord in her womb. And the Holy of Holies was a place where Jews believed that God dwelt. So she herself is the Holy of Holies. But they would not have been living on the Temple Mount, but they would have been living in a place nearby the temple, and every day they would have gone to the temple. And this was a big complex, and it's even bigger than what this model is showing. All the way around here are other rooms and places where certain events took place, and also beneath this, in the mountain below, underneath were other rooms, storehouses, and places where people worked, okay? So I think that there was one of the traditions about her is that she learned how to weave, and she wove the temple curtain. Well, she not by herself, but other women probably did. This is one of the things that women did. So at any rate, yes.
So when you see the mark of the front of the temple,
Yes.
is this where?
This is the holy place.
Where the bishops or the patriarchs of the region come out with the light for.
No, this is okay. So the reason why I don't like this model, it was the only picture I had for you, is that this is the holy place. Okay, it's too big for the size of this other courtyard that it's in. This is the court of the women. This is the court of Israel, and this is where they had, and it's not showing you, the altar where they were burning sacrifices. You see how this is open to the air because they were burning animals. So this space, even though the height is correct, it's too big in terms of its footprint for the court of Israel. In this area, the open air space is where they would be slaughtering the animals and burning the animals. This should have been much smaller, although very, very high, very tall. This is actually the holy place, and then farther within it, the Holy of Holies, okay? What also you can't get a little bit of an idea, but you can't really fully comprehend, is how much gold embellishment there was. You see these gold spikes there? That's to keep pigeons from landing there and pooping on the holy place, okay? So there are these massive columns. Unfortunately, it's not the best pictorial rendition. I should look for something better. The temple was extremely important because it was opulent. And again, we don't have a sense of this. Everything was purest white marble, alabaster, covered elaborately in gold. That other space that I showed you, the treasury, had so many coins in it that they didn't even know how much money they had. There was everything over here there was a outside of here, there should have been 4 other smaller pillars, and they are covered in gold. And there are many doors. You see these doors, there are even more doors that led all around, that were doors that led to sacred spaces. There was a place where the Sanhedrin met. There was a space where they kept the wood. There was a place where they kept the water and all kinds of other things that were necessary for the functioning of the temple. They were all covered with gold or silver in tremendous wealth, because this was the only temple for the Jews in the entire world, okay? Which meant it was not only important and it was the dwelling place of God, but it was the source of a lot of power and the source of a lot of money. And this is where the chief priests were in charge, not the Pharisees, but the chief priests. And this is where they got their power and their influence and their authority. And this is why they were wealthy, because they controlled all the money, all the pilgrims, the sale of the sacrificial animals that took place there on the Temple Mount. And all these, we would say, well, various vendors who provided wood, salt, water, the barber at the temple. I mean, there were so many different things, the bread, the showbread. That was an exclusive concession by one family. You could imagine how wealthy they were. So there was this elite of Jerusalem society. Most of it was priestly, and then there was everybody else who was barely getting by. Okay, so there's tremendous wealth. And so what does Jesus do? Okay, I'll go back. So what does Jesus do? Jesus comes to the temple and he begins to overturn the tables of the money changers and drive out the sacrificial animals. And what does he say to the chief priests? You have made my Father's house a den of robbers. You're like a den of thieves. And why is that? Well, we know that Jesus was saying something that other people said, that there was a tremendous amount of corruption among the chief priests, and that they were using the temple to line their own pockets. They were the ones who decided who got to sell the animals, who could be a money changer on the temple grounds, etc. So his act was a statement against the corruption of the temple, the corruption of this holy space. And everybody understood that. Everybody knew that. And by the way, how do we know that besides the New Testament? This is mentioned in many Jewish sources from the first century. They talk about the corruption of the high priest. As a matter of fact, within 40 years, the temple would be destroyed. And by the way, we're coming up on the 2000th anniversary. I won't probably live to see it, but some of the young people here, like Andrew and Andrea, they might live to see that in the year 70 AD, the temple was destroyed by the Romans. It was never rebuilt. It's been almost 2,000 years since that happened. So why did that happen? The Jews have been talking about that for 2,000 years. Why did God allow the temple to be destroyed? Because biblical Judaism is nothing like modern Judaism. Biblical Judaism had animal sacrifice, it had priests, it was ritualistic, it was very different in tone and style than modern Judaism was just rabbinic Judaism, okay? So even the most conservative Jews today, that we know about the Orthodox Jews, the way they live is nothing like, or at least it's a product of medieval Judaism. It's really not like biblical Judaism. Don't assume that because something happens today among the more conservative Jews, that was done during biblical times, because it wasn't. For example, there was no such thing as a bar mitzvah. They didn't do that in Jesus' time. They didn't do a lot of things that they do today. The Seder supper, they had a Seder, but the way the ritual is done today is also a product of the Middle Ages. So a lot of things were lost in biblical Judaism that because of the destruction of the temple. So Jesus is a big threat to this, the dwelling place of God. And he's especially a threat to their power and their position, because if a riot broke out, or if Jesus did something to cause a rebellion against Rome, what would happen? Well, the Romans would take away the control of the temple from this group of people who were the elites of Judaism. You see, the Romans worked very closely with the Jewish aristocracy. So you might assume that all the Jews hated the Romans, but that's not true, because the wealthy Jews and the chief priests and the high priests worked hand in glove with the Romans. Now, I'm sure they would prefer to have their independence, but the Romans gave them their authority. The Romans gave them their positions of power. The Romans chose who would be the high priest. Imagine that. And how did they choose the high priest? You think they said, yeah, something's going like this? Yeah. They didn't say, let's find the most pious person. They said, let's find the person who will work closely with us and make sure that we control the people. And by the way, that wasn't unique to Judea. The Romans did that in virtually every province. They found, and by the way, the Romans thought that that was appropriate, because the Romans believed that there was the idea of the upper class as being the people who should run everything, and the lower classes should be told what to do and obey. This idea of privilege was very much a part of Roman culture. Privilege is a good thing. We have the opposite idea. We believe in equality of other people. They didn't think that way at all. They said, of course, people aren't equal. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that people are equal. Nobody believes everybody should be treated the same way. Obviously, rich people should have privileges. And so that was sort of presumed. And so the Romans, throughout the Roman Empire, found an ally with the aristocracy of every province, and they gave them special privileges. And in return for that, the aristocracy got to keep their positions and their wealth, and they got wealthier and wealthier, and because they cooperated as well. So when the Jews finally revolted against the Romans, they didn't just kill Romans, they killed Jewish wealthy people, aristocrats. They murdered one of the high priests, they murdered chief priests, because they knew the Jewish people weren't stupid. They knew that it was their own leadership that was working in coordination with the Romans. They knew that it was their own leadership that was keeping people oppressed. They knew that. And here comes Jesus, and he loves the people, and he speaks up for the poor and all the people that were considered unworthy, unacceptable, not really loved by God. Why did they think that? This is something else that is so foreign to our mentality that we don't understand it. This is why I'm explaining it to you. The Jews had the same idea as the Romans. The Jews believed, if I am wealthy, if I have privilege, if I have many children, if I have good health, it's because God approves of me. I have been blessed by God. We would say the same thing. I have good health. I'm blessed by God. I live in America, thank God. I'm blessed by God to live here. But it's not because this is me speaking today, it's because I did something to deserve it. But that's not how the Jews thought. If I am blessed by God, it means I am a good person. God approves of me. We call that in biblical studies Deuteronomistic thinking. Because at the end of the book of Deuteronomy, Moses promises the Jewish people, the Hebrews, that if they keep the laws of Moses, God will bless them. But if they violate it, God will punish them or curse them. That's why when Job loses everything, his friends say, hey, Job, what did you do to deserve this? And he said, I didn't do anything to deserve this. And they don't believe him, okay? Because that's the mentality. So think about this from the Jewish leader's perspective. We are wealthy. We are the chief priests. We are the aristocracy. We are the ones chosen by God, obviously. We're the ones blessed by God. We're in charge. God put us here because we're right. Because he approves of us. This is how they thought. Okay? So for them to say, well, we're going to listen to Jesus, this poor itinerant preacher from Nazareth of all places, why should we listen to him? Look at him. Come on. So this is, to us, it doesn't make sense, but to them, it made all the sense in the world. So the chief priest and the high priest benefited from their position. They had their positions because they bought it by bribery from the Romans. Now, Roman governors used to become wealthy by appointing people to certain key positions, all kinds of positions, like tax collectors, but also the chief priest, the high priest. Usually the chief priests were appointed. There were about 17 positions at the temple that were run by the chief priests. Now, ordinary priests, like the father of John the Baptist, unfortunately, we talked about the proto-evangelium of James and the story about the Theotokos living in the temple. She couldn't have lived in the temple, certainly not in the Holy of Holies itself. That's a statement of piety. That's okay. If somebody wants to believe that, there's nothing wrong with you believing that. But we know that the proto-evangelium of James is not in the New Testament because it's not by James. It's not by any of the apostles. It's got a lot of historical inaccuracies. That's why we don't accept the Apocrypha. The Orthodox love these stories, and so they cling to them. But for example, one of the things that's in that book is the idea that Zechariah, the father of John the Baptist, was the high priest, and he led the Theotokos into the Holy of Holies. Well, we know that he wasn't the high priest. We know who all the high priests were at this period of time. He wasn't a high priest, and we know also from the Gospel of Luke, which is scripture, that he was chosen by Lot to perform this function in the holy place where he has this vision. The angel Gabriel tells him he's going to have this son. So that is scripture, and I think I'm digressing a little bit to talk about this because I know some people don't like it when I say this, but we have to distinguish between Holy Scripture, which is true and is inspired by God, and Apocrypha, which was rejected by the church as false writings, okay? So while we may use some Apocrypha and traditions to kind of say things theologically about the Theotokos, that she is the Holy of Holies, she carried God in her womb, we shouldn't insist historically on things that are not true in the Apocrypha, especially when they conflict with the Bible, and that's one of them. So John the Baptist's father was not high priest, okay? We know that for sure from the Gospel of Luke, which describes him being chosen by Lot to burn incense, okay? So he was an ordinary priest, all right? Now, there were at least 10,000 ordinary priests who lived in Judea and some a little bit farther away, maybe in Galilee. 10,000 of them. They were the ones who did all the hard work. The chief priests were the ones who were responsible for the day-to-day administration of the temple. That's where the money was. That's how they got wealthy. And why is Jesus a threat? Because when he came there, overturning the temple, the tables of the money changers, objecting to the fact that they were becoming wealthy by abusing their position, they said, this guy has got to go. Okay, so the third catalyst really is the cleansing of the temple, and you will see at the trial that that is the first charge that's brought against him. It's the cleansing of the temple that comes back and is raised at the trial of Jesus when he's finally arrested. So what did they say to him? What does he say? He says, oh, they say to him, for he says, you made my father's house, den of robbers. And then they come to him and they confront him and they say, by whose authority do you do these things? Right? And he says, I'm going to ask you, by whose authority did John baptize? They don't want to answer. Okay? Because they're in front of all the people. I love how Jesus turns the tables on people and makes them, and then they don't know how to answer. They say, why, by whose authority did you do these things? And then he says to them, because exactly what he says is a little bit different in the four Gospels. He says in the Gospel of John, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. And John tells us, he's very good at that, by the way. The evangelist John tells us like what Jesus really meant by the things that he said. He was talking about his own body, right? Destroy this temple. John doesn't say he pointed to himself, but destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. And they said, it's taken 46 years to build this temple. You're going to raise it up in 3 days? But he meant the temple of his body. So Jesus wasn't threatening the temple, the physical temple. Of course, he couldn't destroy that, raise it 3 days. But he was considered a threat because, remember, he had been welcomed by massive crowds into the city of Jerusalem who hailed him as the Messiah. Now, all it took was one spark to set off a rebellion. And this would mean the end of their power, the end of their money, the end of their privilege. I want to just give you an idea of the kind of immense wealth and privilege that was enjoyed by these families, the families of the chief priests, by the way. The high priestly families, there were only 4 from the time of Herod the Great until the time the temple was destroyed. There were 4 families that controlled the high priesthood. And during the first century, it was almost exclusively one family. That's the family of Annas. Okay, you know him, right? Jesus is taken before Annas. He was high priest, and then 5 of his sons were high priests, and his son-in-law Caiaphas was also high priest. This meant that this one family controlled everything in Jerusalem, controlled the temple, because the high priest appointed all the chief priests, and they were usually their sons or their brother or their brother-in-law. You can see the nepotism, and of course that's going to breed corruption. So Jesus is going up against the most powerful people in Judaism, and they're powerful and they're wealthy, and they don't want to see that change. They don't want to lose their position. And if there's any kind of unrest, the Romans will intervene and appoint a new high priest, or simply take away the temple altogether. So this is not that they care about their religion so much. I'm not saying that they didn't care at all. I think that they did. But the important thing is their money and their position. And Jesus is threatening this. Now, Jerusalem ordinarily had a population of about 50,000 people. It's very hard to get population estimates in antiquity, but this is the estimate of the population. During Passover, it swelled to about 200,000 or 250,000 people. Now, to celebrate Passover, let's go back. Okay, it's in the city. To celebrate Passover, you had to be within the city walls. So this city here, pointer here, okay? So you had to be within that area. You had to be within the city walls to eat the Passover meal. Okay, you could sleep at night outside, That's why Jesus and the disciples are outside on the Mount of Olives at night. But for the Passover itself, you have to be inside the city walls, which meant you have a very large number of people confined to a very small space, and it wouldn't take much for a riot to begin, especially during Passover. Why? What is Passover all about? The liberation of the Jews from slavery in Egypt, right by Moses. So now they are thinking about what? How they were delivered by God from slavery in Egypt, and now they're under the thumb of the Romans. And guess what? Here's somebody who just raised someone from the dead. So they're shouting for him, Hosanna. This is what makes all the Jewish leaders very, very nervous, because Jerusalem was like, having tinder very close to flame. It wouldn't take much to set up a rebellion. So this is why the Jewish leaders resolved, after the raising of Lazarus, and especially after the entrance into Jerusalem, Jesus has to die, and he has to die before Passover. And that's exactly what they accomplished. So let's take a break at this moment. We have a question. We'll take a couple questions, and we'll take a break. Go ahead.
Question is, the making of the word and the overturning of the tables occurred in John in his first visit to Jerusalem after he started his ministry, which was chapter 2, yes. Right after the wedding of Kenya.
Yes.
So the Jewish priests had to remember what happened 3 years ago.
Yeah. Yes, they did. So what he mentions is that he says the cleansing of the temple in the Gospel of John takes place very early in Jesus' ministry. It's really like the first public thing that John, because John is directly connecting that to the trial. For the Jewish, for the synoptics, it's the very end. And the reason is that both of them, all four Gospels recognize that the cleansing of the temple was an important catalyst. The synoptics only have one trip to Jerusalem. That's why they place it at the end. Okay, so there's a lot of discussion about whether he did this at the beginning or at the end. It doesn't really matter, but all of them want to tell us that the cleansing of the temple was very important. One of the reasons why Jesus was put on trial by the Jewish leaders. That's the reason why it's told in all four Gospels. We don't have a lot of stories about Jesus that are in all four Gospels, but that is one of them because of that reason. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, did you have a question too? Anybody else have a question? Okay, in the back, go ahead.
So in all your research, I'm wondering if you were able to figure out, and ask myself this question for a lot of years, aside from what the prophet said about who the Messiah was going to be and the things he was going to do, obviously the Jewish leaders and the high priests knew that. They read that. Right. Did they have like a job description? Did they have a list of qualifications?
To be a high priest, is he the Messiah? Well, who was the question was there a list of job descriptions or qualifications to be the Messiah? No, all they had were the prophecies, and they knew them very well. You're exactly right. They knew exactly what the Messiah would be like, but in their own minds, they created their own image of who it would be. Okay, it's like, I think a lot of us have had this experience. Sometimes we say, we have an idea of what kind of person we're going to be married to, and then we meet somebody and we find out. Like I said to myself, I'm never going to marry a Greek from Greece. Okay, when I married, I guess I did. I married a Greek from Cyprus. But sometimes we have an idea in our mind, and then we sort of have to change that. But so to me, that's like they have the prophecies, but then there is also in their own mind what kind of person it would be. The prophecies don't say that he's going to be wealthy, but for them, for him to be approved of by God, he has to come from the aristocracy. He has to come from Jerusalem. He has to come from the right kind of family. He has to be educated. How could the Messiah be anything other than that? So it was a presumption on their part. But there was no list, but I'm sure people have their own ideas. Yeah. Anybody? Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let's take a break for a few minutes and come back in like 10 minutes. So 4 to 11 maybe would be a good time to start again. Okay.
That reminds
It's very sad. When we see our little computers, really, does. I mean, that make us a lot of us look back. They do that to the thing. Maybe they'll think twice before they do that sort of thing. Right? It's still going on. It's still going on. They decide that they're not doing it. No, that's because
Only 20. I've heard about it. I hear it looks good.
And she loves listening to their podcasts.
Okay, everybody, it's time to start the roundup. Start to get your coffee and your sticks and your coats. Come back to the tables because Jesus just got in some trouble, but he's going to get in more trouble. And we have to be with him. Are we ready?
We'll visit when they do.
That was the reason you won.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and she was at the game.
Oh, yeah, I was there with my 90-year-old brother and children and grandchildren.
Stacy, there. We used to live thanks for this. My son listens to your podcast. I need to get him. Bill cartoons.
I'll say that at the beginning. I'll say that at the beginning where you can find the piece. Yeah, I'll give you the website. Okay, thanks, Master. Okay, let's take our seats because we're gonna run out of time. We only have today. We don't have any other day. I'm gonna take you. Okay, so the question was asked, where to hear my podcast? I didn't put it on the PowerPoint. So the podcasts are on Ancient Faith Radio, which is a marvelous ministry, but they have a gazillion podcasts. And I know people who know that I'm there, and they still can't find my podcast. Or other people who don't know that I have a podcast there. So there is a site which was created for me by somebody who was a podcast listener. It's at orthodoxbiblestudy.info. He posts all of the podcasts, and there's a lot of them. There was an original Search the Scriptures podcast that started in 2008, and now I'm doing a live show for the past 3 years or so that's called Search the Scriptures Live. After it airs, he lists them, and they're all on one page. And the reason why I give that site, Orthodox Bible Study, .info is because if you go to Ancient Faith, you can go to podcasts and put my name in or search scriptures and it's going to come up. But it's the most recent one first, and then you have to go back and back and back and back, keep going back pages and pages. Because it's like, I don't know how many, there must be like, I didn't count for a long time, 250, maybe 300 podcasts, I don't know, a lot of them. So if you go to orthodoxbiblestudy.info, everything is on one page and they're sort of separated into subjects, all right? So you can easily see what it is that you want to listen to. And so that's where you go if you want to hear the podcast. That's the easiest way to access it, okay? All right, the trials, the arrest and trials. Oh yeah, the betrayal and the arrest. Okay, let's talk about Judas. Everybody's fascinated by Judas. After all these years, we're so fascinated by Judas, and we're curious about him, right? Why did he betray Jesus? I hate to say it. Yeah, it's money.
Wrong thinking.
But it's the most common motive of all. Money. Okay, what people will do for money, it's amazing. So Judas betrays Jesus for money. Now, some people will say that he had to do it, right? Because of the prophecy. Well, is that true? That Judas had to be betray Jesus because there was a prophecy that somebody would do it? What do you think?
Somebody could have done it.
Somebody else could have done it? So this is very important that we understand this, that the prophecy, because St. John Chrysostom explains this a few times in different places. The prophecy is made because the prophet, looking into the future, sees what will happen. Okay? That's why he's making the prophecy, because he sees what will happen. You see the clouds in the distance and they're dark, you know it's going to rain. You say, oh, it's going to rain. The rain doesn't happen because you said it. It's that you said it because you saw what could happen. You see my point? So Judas does not betray Jesus because it was prophesied. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's very important that we recognize that Judas had free will. Now, I'm going to ask you another one. This is much harder. Why did Jesus, if he knew that Judas was going to betray him, and of course he knew, right? Why does Jesus even choose him to be among the 12? Can you imagine, first of all, just imagine having somebody that you work with or part of your family who you know is going to be the cause of you dying a slow death by torture. And you see this person every single day. I just want you to imagine what that was like for the Lord to interact with Judas before even Judas himself knew that he was going to do this. Okay? Imagine the patience. We talk about the long suffering of the Lord. We say, glory to your forbearance, O Lord. We say that so often during Holy Week. Imagine what that was like. And for him not to say anything to Judas, right? Why? It just blows your mind when you think about the love and the patience and the forbearance of words. So I'm asking you, and this is a hard question. Why did he even choose Judas to be among the 12? Because he knew mercy. What do you think?
He knew, but he loved him.
He loved Judas in spite of everything. Yeah, I think that's true. He did love Judas in spite of everything. Maybe he was praying he would change. Well, Judas certainly had the opportunity to change. You know what Chrysostom says about this? So that, because obviously what Judas did was the worst thing in the history of the world. This is the Son of God, and he's responsible for his crucifixion. So what Chrysostom said is this: he gave so that he would, it's sort of along the lines of what you're thinking of. So that Judas would have no excuse. He gave Judas every opportunity not to betray him. Because just think about this, because this really blows our minds. It shows us how we have to be so careful. We too could deny the Lord. We have to be so careful. If Judas could deny the Lord, so could we. Judas saw everything. Judas saw all of the miracles. He heard all of the sermons, the Sermon on the Mount, and the prodigal son, all these amazing things. He saw the healing of the man born blind. He saw the raising of Lazarus. He saw and experienced everything. And by the way, when the Lord sent out his disciples 2 by 2 to preach and to heal, Judas was one of those. Judas must have healed people. Okay? And yet he betrayed the Lord. So that he could never say, well, I didn't know. All right? That's Christendem's insight. I think he's right. There's no excuse for Judas. Judas couldn't say, well, I would have betrayed Jesus if I had known. Of course he knew. He knew everything. When Jesus said yes to Peter, yes, I am the Messiah, the Son of the living God, he knew. He knew very well who he was betraying. So there's no excuse for Judas. You see, so Jesus did everything for the salvation of Judas's soul. Everything. So because even his soul mattered too. So there's no excuse for Judas. So it's not his betrayal was not necessary. But so what role does Judas play? He makes the arrest of Jesus easier. He doesn't make it necessary. He's not, because sometimes people think, well, if Judas hadn't betrayed Jesus, then he would have gone to the cross. No, that's not true. Remember that the Jewish leaders resolved to put Jesus to death. They were just afraid to arrest him in the presence of the crowd because Jesus was so popular. So they were afraid of the crowd. So Judas's betrayal doesn't make Jesus's arrest and conviction possible. It just makes it easier because here's what happens. Judas knows where Jesus and the others are sleeping at night, where they're spending their nights on the Mount of Olives. So he's able to take them there on Thursday night. He's able to lead them to Jesus, and they can arrest Jesus in the middle of the night and put him on trial in the middle of the night. This is Thursday night, very early Friday, before anybody knows what's happened, before any crowd has an opportunity to react and call for Jesus to be released, you see? So Judas just makes it easier. Now, when Jesus is arrested, who does the arresting? There's been a lot of discussion about this. Is it Roman soldiers or is it Jewish temple guards? Because the temple complex there's a lot of money at the temple. So of course they had a police force. It's the temple guards. The Romans have nothing to do with the initial arrest of Jesus. They have nothing, Jesus has not come onto their radar. And this is hard for us to imagine. So a lot of people will say, well, Jesus must have come to the attention of the Roman authorities. No, he hadn't. Because he's not a threat to Rome. What were they going to say to the authorities? And this is what happened. Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious because we hear that he betrays him with a kiss. The one that I kiss is the one that you need to arrest.
Right.
Wouldn't these people have known who Jesus was? All they needed to know really was where he was staying.
Right.
They knew who he was, especially if they were temple guards, because
Right.
he'd been at the temple many times.
We don't know the reason why he does it, maybe for assurance, or maybe because it was nighttime. We don't know, but he wants to give a signal. And that they don't just go up to Jesus. It maybe, it's kind of, yes, you're right. The question was, why does Jesus betray him with a kiss? He's the one that you should arrest. It's possible that not all of them who were doing the arresting knew who Jesus was, but it's definitely to be sure. It's just like in court. Okay, well, they say, the guy's on trial, right? Did you see the robber? Yes. Is he here in the courtroom today? Yes. Can you point him out? That's the guy, he robbed the bank. Okay, so it's part of it is the drama, part of it is a confirmation that this is the right person, that kind of a thing. But it's also interesting, since we're talking about, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on the arrest, but it says that when he arrested, when Judas kissed Jesus, there's a couple of different reactions there. It's very interesting that we don't know if he kissed him on the hand, because they used to kiss the rabbi on the hand, or if they kissed him on the cheek. In the movies, it's always on the cheek. Either way, it's terrible, because on the hand, it's a sign of respect, right? You're my teacher, my rabbi, I kiss your hand. On the cheek, it's a sign of friendship. And Jesus says, he says two different things in the scriptures. He says, friend, why are you here? It's like, why engage in this kind of a fake display? You know, would you, and he also says, you're really going to betray me with a kiss? And there's such hypocrisy, it's dripping with hypocrisy. But he also says Judas's name. And St. John Chrysostom says that by saying his name, Jesus is bewailing the loss of Judas's soul. It's like he said, this is what you say when somebody's in trouble and you're going to lose the book. Judas, would you betray me with a kiss? That he knows what's going to happen. He knows that Judas is going to commit suicide. And he's bewailing the loss of Judas. And actually, Chrysostom says that Jesus kissed him back. Now, that's not in the scriptures. I'm really curious to know why he comes up with this interpretation. But this is what St. John Chrysostom says. Now, it says in the scriptures, Judas kissed him, kata phileo, not phileo, but kata phileo, fervently, okay, passionately. Very interesting, very strange. But at any rate, that's the scene of the arrest. And then he's immediately arrested by the temple guards and taken where? Not to where he would have been taken, to the temple in the middle of the night, but to the house of Caiaphas, yes. So, and there the council has gathered, and in our hymns we call it the Great Sanhedrin. It doesn't say it's a Great Sanhedrin, but we know it was a Great Sanhedrin because it's being presided over by the high priest Caiaphas. The Great Sanhedrin was the most important ruling body of the Jews. This body made all of the legislative decisions for the Jewish people. They had a lot of authority. And the high priest was in charge of them. So, did they have the authority to put him on trial? Yes, because they believed that Jesus was a false prophet. It's under those circumstances, even though it doesn't say that in the scriptures, we know that this is why they put him on trial. So, who did they arrest? There we go. Okay, so we've already talked about how they're concerned about Jesus causing a riot. So he gets arrested. Oh, I keep forgetting. Here we go. Jewish trial. So they seize Jesus and they're going to put him to death. Do they have the authority to put him on trial? Yes, they do. And the Sanhedrin, the Great Sanhedrin, had exclusive jurisdiction over three kinds of defendants. Because there were other, courts. By the way, the Romans, they allowed the Jews to exercise control over their own people, to put people on trial, to punish them. They weren't supposed to kill them, but they were allowed to punish them. The Romans liked that. The Romans didn't want to have to do everything themselves. This is how the Romans were able to control a large geographical area with a rather small number of people, because they allowed a lot of local authority. And this is how they kept the aristocracy happy. The aristocracy had power if they cooperated with Rome. So Rome had the ultimate military power. But this is why they allowed the Jews, not just the Jews, but people all around the Roman Empire, to have their own court system, to manage their own affairs. That worked out very well for Rome. They didn't have to do all the work, okay? So the Great Sanhedrin had the authority to try the exclusive jurisdiction. This means that any one of these three defendants could only be tried by the Sanhedrin, because there were lesser Sanhedrins of 23. The Great Sanhedrin had 70 or 72 members of the highest, the most important, the wealthiest, most eminent and prominent Jewish leaders. You had lesser Sanhedrins, and 3 of them, of 23 members. Then there were smaller local courts of 3 judges. So if you had a dispute with one of your neighbors, you didn't go to Sanhedrin, you went to your local court. Who did they have exclusive jurisdiction over? 3 kinds of people: the king, the high priest who committed a crime, or a false prophet. So they're trying Jesus as a false prophet, but really he's the king of Israel, and he's the great high priest of heaven. So there's a lot of irony about the fact that Jesus is brought before these people. So let's talk about Caiaphas. He's a high priest. He belongs to this extremely wealthy family that's still being run by Annas, because we can see that before Caiaphas gets hold of Jesus, he's brought to Annas, the head of this very wealthy, extremely powerful family that basically runs the whole temple. Caiaphas was high priest for 18 years. He was high priest when Pilate came. He was still there when Pilate left. For him to be high priest for 18 years, which is a very long time, this meant he was very wealthy. He was very politically savvy because he was able to keep his position. Remember, he had to be appointed every year by the Romans. So he knew very well who these people were, the Romans, and how to cooperate with them, how to get along with them. So that's a high priest. High priest in Judaism ran the nation. He was the person who was considered, he had a kind of aura about him. Even though all the Jews knew that the high priests were corrupt, even though they knew they had descended from the right family, it was the rule at one time that to be high priest, you had to be descended from a specific family. And you became high priest when you were anointed with sacred oil, and you were high priest for life. It hadn't been that way for at least 300 years. The high priesthood had been corrupted long before the Romans came along. We don't exactly know why, but the high priesthood was very corrupt. But in spite of that, because this person was the only person in all of Judaism who could enter into the most sacred space, the Holy of Holies, and say the sacred name of God, into that sacred windowless room where God dwelt, he had a kind of aura about him. And it was when the high priest died, anybody who was accused of murder and had fled for refuge to city refuge was immediately exonerated, and they could go back home. It's kind of interesting. It's a little bit, I think it's a footnote in the book. So there's something about the death of the high priest, even if he was high priest for just one day. So this person had all kinds of special responsibilities and a sort of special aura about them as the high priest, even though everybody knew that the position of the high priest was had become corrupted. All right, so his presence indicates the fact that this is the great Sanhedrin that is trying Jesus. The trial is taking place in his house in the middle of the night, which is never a good sign. You know, if you ever get arrested, I hope you're not put on trial in somebody's house in the middle of the night, because the outcome is predetermined. So the group is the Sanhedrin, and that's because they're in charge. So here is the scripture that we're looking at from the Gospel of Matthew. They sought counsel to put him to death, and we talked about why they have authority. So they're not really trying to figure out if Jesus is the Messiah or if he should die. They've already decided he should die. They already decided he should die because he can't possibly be the Messiah, because he keeps breaking the Jewish laws and he causes all this disruption, overturning the tables of the money changers and the sellers of sacrificial animals, etc. So it said they were calling many witnesses all night, but they couldn't find any. But at last they found two. They called false witnesses. Wouldn't they prefer to have true witnesses? Yeah, but Jesus hadn't done anything really deserving of death. So they had to call false witnesses. And they called many over the course of the evening. But last they found two. What does this mean? They found none, but then they found two. What this means is that they, in order to serve as a witness, in order for a charge to stick, you had to find two witnesses that agreed to the exact same thing. And this was to prevent the miscarriage of justice. So for example, go back to our earlier example. If you have a witness to a bank robbery, yes, I saw him, he robbed the bank. Well, what color was his shirt? It was blue. And they call another witness, yes, I saw this guy, he robbed the bank. What color was his shirt? It was green. Under Jewish law, you couldn't accept that testimony. They had to agree on absolutely every detail, and that's very hard to do. We don't do that in our system because it's almost impossible. Eyewitness accounts almost always differ in some little detail, but that was to prevent a miscarriage of justice. Now suddenly they find two of them after a lot of looking. So what does that mean? They took two people aside. They said, hey, listen, you guys, they have to be men because women couldn't give testimony for it. Get your story straight. So they rehearsed their testimony so they could testify against. This is had to have been what happened, because what they actually say is not what happened. Okay? What did they say? This fellow said they destroyed the temple of God, and in 3 days build it up again. Did Jesus say that? Not exactly. Yeah. The answer is no. What did he say? Do you remember? So they said, destroy this temple. He didn't say, I'm able to destroy the temple, but he says, destroy this temple. We know he was referring to himself. Now, even if they thought he was talking about the temple buildings, remember what was the reaction? It's taken 46 years to build this temple. They thought at the time he was talking about the buildings, but they didn't take it seriously as a threat. But now it's being presented as, at the trial, as a real threat. Go ahead.
So did Jesus know?
Did Jesus know all of this is the question? All of this what? All of what?
That this was all going to occur, that they were going to ask him these questions, because he's Jesus, Son of God.
Does he, Jesus, the Son of God, does he know? I think he knows. Right? Because he made many predictions that came true, right? So he knows, of course. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. I think when I look at what happened, and I think about why he says certain things, some of the things that he says, now, I don't know if parents say this anymore, because I haven't heard of parents saying it. I know it was said to me when I was growing up. You don't understand this. Later, you're going to understand it. Unfortunately, the things that I didn't understand as a kid that I was told I was understanding, I forgot what they were. So, as if you're a kid, okay? But I remember now, today, parents try to explain everything to kids. But I heard that a lot when I was growing up. My parents didn't bother to explain things to us because we couldn't really understand it. So I think the Lord said things that even the people around him did not understand, even the disciples. But later, it was recorded in scriptures. So when he talks about the temple, destroy this temple, we know he's talking about his body. Now, why is that so significant for us? Because the temple of the Lord, his body, remember the temple of Jerusalem was, what is it? I don't think it's my hair. Extremely sensitive. How about that? Okay. The temple in Jerusalem was the place where God dwelt. It was the presence of God on earth for the Jews. They really believed that. Not the way we say that church is the house of God. In a real sense, in a very true sense, God was present with his people in the temple. Now God is physically on earth. And God was present with his people in a physical sense, in a real sense. So now God is on earth. So the presence of God is on earth. This is what he's saying. And even though they're going to destroy him, he's going to raise it up. So the temple of God is the body of Jesus. And that's the presence of God. So when we receive that body in church, in communion, we're receiving God. Can you see all the connections here? There's a lot more that we can say, but we don't have time for all this. So the accusation about the temple reminds us of a certain prophet, and that is the prophet Jeremiah. Okay? Because Jeremiah was sentenced to death for predicting the destruction of the temple. Now, they didn't actually kill Jeremiah for that. They killed him later for other things, but he was not put to death. But Jesus is his prediction about the destruction of the temple, but also the threat to the temple is considered very, very serious. Now, two witnesses have said that Jesus said this. So now the trial begins. Notice that there hasn't been a trial. Witness after witness after witness, the same thing against Jesus. Nothing happens until two people testified exactly the same thing. Now the trial can commence, and the high priest says, what is this that they're saying? having no answer to make it. So now they're going to address him. Now the trial can begin. This is why the high priest says, so what do you have to say for yourself? Basically, that's what the high priest is saying. What do you have to say for yourself? But Jesus doesn't say anything, right? Why not? What do you think? It doesn't matter. It's a done deal. He knows what they're going to do. He's not going to argue with them. He knows. So in a way, there's a kind of dignity about Jesus by silence. Just answer them. What they said was right. He could have said, that's not what I meant. First of all, that's not what I said. I didn't say I'm going to destroy the physical temple. You're going to destroy me. Could have clarified it. It doesn't make any difference. So he's silent. And of course, this is also a prophecy. Isaiah 53, like a lamb who was led to the slaughter, he opened not his mouth, etc. So there's something very ironic about the statement. So in order to compel him to speak, the high priest places him under oath. And this is very interesting because we in our country, in the United States, have the right against self-incrimination. You're not forced to testify at your own trial. Okay, you have the right to confront witnesses, you have the right to testify, but you also have the right to remain silent, right? Even, have you ever seen people get arrested in other countries? I watched this show and they were arresting people like in Colombia and Brazil, and they're all saying, you have the right to remain silent, you have the right to have an attorney. I think, wow, they got that from us, okay? That's from our Constitution, okay? That's an American thing. You have the right to remain silent. Jesus doesn't have the right to remain silent. Because under Jewish law, as soon as the high priest or any judge put you under this specific oath, you are compelled to respond. This is why Jesus, who was silent before, finally answers. The high priest says, I adjure you. The word is exortizo. It's a formula. It's a legal formula because orgizo is the word I swear. Exorgizo is the word that is used when you put somebody else under oath. They were required to respond. So there's no such thing under Jewish law, right against self-incrimination. I adjure you, are you the Christ, the Messiah, the Son of the living God? Now, what's ironic about that statement is that when Jesus asked the disciples, who do people say that I am? And they said, oh, they say you're a prophet. That's says, who do you say that I am? St. Peter says, you are the Messiah, the Son of the living God. Jesus says, you're right. That the Father has revealed this to you. So the words come out of the high priest's mouth. So the high priest can't say, I didn't know who Jesus was. He just said it. That's why Jesus' response is, you have said so. You said it. The truth of who I am came out of your mouth. And what's going to happen now is that Jesus is convicted for who he is. Okay? He's convicted and sentenced to death for acknowledging his identity as the Son of God. Now, the problem is not Messiah. Okay? Are you the Messiah? It's not against the law to be the Messiah. It's not against the law to claim to be the Messiah. And that doesn't create the death penalty because the Jews did not expect the Messiah to be the Son of God. The Messiah was going to be a king, a human being, etc. So claiming to be the Messiah is not a crime. It's the Son of God part that's the problem. Now, even then, you can say, well, we all say we're all children of God, you're sons of God, daughters of God. Even that is not a big problem. That alone might not have been enough, but it's what Jesus says afterwards, this later part that really does him in. So he knows they're going to convict him. So he's going to allow them to convict him on the basis of the truth of who he is. So Jesus doesn't hold back now. He says they've been trying to get him to say something that's worthy of the death penalty for 3 years. They've been trying to get him to say something to bring him to the Romans for 3 years. Okay, all of that, should we pay taxes to Caesar? All of that are attempts. We see this in the gospel readings of early Holy Week. That's why I'm asking you to pay attention to that. When you come to church, have your book, follow along, and understand what's happening. They're trying to have a reason to arrest him and report him to the Romans. This is not a crime, we will see, for the Romans, but it is for the Jews, and it's the biggest one. Blasphemy. Even though Jesus says, recognizes and acknowledges himself as the Son of God, it's this last part of the statement that really does him in. I tell you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man, that's me, he's referring to himself, and they know that, seated at the right hand of power, that's God, and coming on the clouds of heaven. It's absolutely explicit, because I could say I'm a child of God, right? And I don't mean it in the literal sense, it's in an adopted sense, right? Like we're all children of God. So nobody could say that Jesus meant it, well, he wasn't really the Son of God. He just meant it in a general sense, like it says in the Psalms, you are all sons of the Most High God, right? It's clear. He's making it absolutely clear. So there's no doubt for any one of them that he is claiming to be the person that the prophet Daniel saw in his vision. So Daniel had a vision, and he saw somebody called the Ancient of Days. That's what we would call God the Father, the Ancient of Days, eternal God. And to the Ancient of Days gives all of his power and his authority to somebody on his right, who's enthroned to his right, called the Son of Man. So all of those Son of Man, statements by the Lord in the scriptures have to do with that vision. Now, Son of Man was also a way of referring to yourself indirectly. But when Jesus says Son of Man, he's not talking about his human nature, like Son of God and then Son of Man. Son of Man is actually a reference to his divinity. You have to remember that. Jesus is not speaking about himself in his humanness. It's his divinity. And it goes back to that appearance or that vision that Daniel had when he saw God give all of his authority, all of his power to this unknown, mysterious figure that's called the Son of Man. This is still in the Jewish scriptures. I still don't understand how they explain that. Jesus identifies himself as Son of Man again and again and again in scriptures. Especially, pay attention to this, you will notice this. When Jesus is talking about his authority, the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins. The Son of Man is the Lord of the Sabbath. When the Son of Man comes, he will separate the sheep from the goats. And also all of his suffering, all of the statements about his suffering always uses Son of Man language. Okay? And that's on purpose. So the Son of Man, what he's saying is, I am the person Daniel saw in the vision. I am the person to whom God has given all authority. And if you go read Daniel 7, you will see, it says all of the nations will bow down before him. It's going to be worshipped by the nations. Well, when they hear this, there's no question that he is claiming divinity. And they know it. And after this, the high priest tears his robes and he says, he has uttered blasphemy. Right? He has uttered blasphemy. We don't need any more witnesses. So Jesus has incriminated himself. Nothing further is needed. He's convicted of blasphemy, which is an offense against God. You're offending God. You deserve to die. There's no question about this. So he tears his robes. And by the way, he was not supposed to do that. It was forbidden for the high priest to ever tear his robes, even upon the death of his parent, which everybody tore their robes when their parent died. He was not allowed to tear his robe. And if his robe ever tore, it could never be mended. But here he does it. Why? He wants to, as Chrysostom says, add force to the accusation. He tears his robes and says he's committed blasphemy. What do you think? First, he said the sentence. He adds the dramatic component by tearing his robe, and then he asked for their judgment. But it wouldn't have made any difference. Of course, they said he deserves death. So they sentenced him him to death, and this is when the beating begins. Okay, so that's what happens. The beatings begin immediately of Jesus. Any comments or questions about that? We went through the Roman trial. Yes, go ahead. Okay, where does he talks about this in his commentary on Matthew? The question was, what about, where do I get this information about what Chrysostom says? Chrysostom had a series of sermons on the Gospel of Matthew, and if you go through the sermons, you will read various comments. Not all of them are there because he also has a series of sermons on the Gospel of John. And sometimes he doesn't stick, in other words, he'll comment, he'll bring in from other Gospels. So for example, Matthew's Gospel doesn't have all the information, so sometimes he'll mention what Luke says or what John says. So both of them, but this particular scene that we just described with the tearing of the ropes and everything is in Matthew's Gospel. And it's very close to Mark, but we were just quoting Matthew's. That's the best place to look. Yes.
So we've been talking about all the ironies with this trial and kind of how none of the proper procedures were really followed. Why is the church even credited as a trial then?
Okay, so the question was, the proper procedures were not followed. Why is the church credited as a trial? This is actually something which has been discussed a lot by Bible scholars. Was it really a trial, and was it a fair trial, and was it following Jewish law? And there's a lot of discussion about it. I don't think it was a real trial because, first of all, in order for the Sanhedrin to meet, they were supposed to meet in a special room on the Temple Mount called the Temple of the Chamber of Hewn Stone. It was a room that was made out of massive stones. And it was against Jewish law to have a trial in the middle of the night. It was against Jewish law to convict anybody on the eve of a Sabbath or the eve of a holiday. And if you're going to convict somebody, you had to have, you couldn't do it on the same day as the trial. There were a lot of procedures in place so that people would not be, there would be a rush to judgment. So if you could exonerate somebody right away, but if you wanted to convict and find somebody guilty, you had to sleep on it. You had to think about it overnight. Of course, that doesn't happen. So, but the reason why there's debate about it is because those rules are in the Mishnah. And the Mishnah is a codification of Jewish laws that were part of the oral tradition and the tradition, the way things were done while the temple still stood. But the Mishnah wasn't written down until the year 200. So there's debate about the extent to which the Mishnah reflects the actual way things were done in the earlier period while this was going on. You see what I'm trying to say? In other words, the only thing we have is the Mishnah, but the Mishnah isn't written down to the year 200, but Jesus' trial took place in the year 33. So was that the actual practice? Now, I still think it was illegal because it just smacks of illegality. You have a trial in somebody's house. But I think this isn't a real trial. They're hoping that this will happen, that he will say something incriminating, and then they will be able to formally convict him the following day. And we see this, if you read very carefully at the very beginning of the next chapter, because this takes place in Matthew 26, the very first verse of Matthew 27, it says, in the morning, the whole council convened and sentenced Jesus to death. Well, we already had a trial. So what that means is they went to the chamber of hewn stone. They said, this is what he said last night, and they officially sentenced him to death. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it didn't matter if it was a real trial or not. They got him to let what they
Exactly. So for us, it would be more like a preliminary hearing or a grand jury type of proceeding, but he incriminated himself. That's all they cared about. Anybody else have a question or comment? Yes.
So Jesus said, "You will see me in the clouds of
heaven." Yes.
So I was wondering the Jewish belief or understanding of heaven.
Okay, so heaven, that city, you will see me seated at the right hand of power, which is Daniel's vision, coming on the clouds of heaven. Also Daniel's vision To sit at the right hand of the power means to be at the right hand of God, means co-authority, equality with God. That's what that meant. That's why it's blasphemy. I'm glad you asked the question because I forgot to explain it. So heaven meant what he's talking about. I can't say how they interpreted heaven, but the cloud coming down the clouds of heaven is an image used for God. And then that equality with God that he's mentioning here is the reason why we say in the creed and he ascended into heaven and sat at the right hand of the Father. It's our way of saying that he's equal to God the Father. He's truly God, equal to God the Father. So this is an image of divinity. It's like piling on. Jesus says, okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. This is who I am, and this is what's going to happen in the future. And one day you're going to see me next to God. And then you're going to know, you're going to realize what you
Do you know if heaven was a post-death experience for those people?
Yeah, they believed in, most Jews at the time believed in a life of either punishment, future punishment, or a paradise with God. And we see this like in the Gospel of Luke, the bosom of Abraham. Jesus mentions things like the rich man and Lazarus is with Abraham. So there's this idea of, it's a very carnal notion for the Jews, this idea that there would be this continual feasting. We're going to be at a table with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is what Jesus mentions this too. So it's more of a carnal notion. It's less of an idea of a spiritual existence, but definitely this idea of feasting and rejoicing with the patriarchs and all the right kinds of Jewish people.
So is it another than?
It's another
pointing to his
existence.
death? When he says that, pointing to the fact that he's.
When he says he's coming on the clouds of heaven,
Yeah.
no, it's a statement of divinity. Because God rides on the clouds of heaven. Okay, yeah, it's a statement of his divinity, not that he's there. So they can't say that they didn't know who he was. Yes, go ahead.
Explain that the Son of Man is the Lord. What the roots of that?
What is the roots of Son of Man? Son of Man means 3 different things in the New Testament. It means it was a way that the Jews had of referring to yourself. And a lot of times they know that Jesus is referring to himself. When he says the Son of Man thus and such, they know he's talking about himself. It wasn't very common, but it was an expression that was used. Okay? So for example, if somebody says, well, who's speaking this weekend? And I say, yours truly, that in English means me. But I would say me or I said yours truly. That's an expression. It's not common in English either, but we know what it means. Okay, Son of Man is also used to mean human being. And we see this in Ezekiel. You'll hear this on Great Friday at night after you come back inside the church after going out with the Epitafios. We hear the dry bones prophecy of Ezekiel, where God addresses Ezekiel and says, Son of Man, do you think these bones will live? Prophesy to the bones, O Son of Man. So it was a way of referring to yourself as a human being. I'm the daughter of a human being, so I'm a human being. But that's not how Jesus uses it. Jesus uses it because it was also an expression in the book of Daniel of the vision of a person whom Jesus saw that was human, but to whom was given divine authority and whom people would worship. That's still in their Jewish scriptures. I've yet to understand how they can't so realize that maybe they do on some level, or maybe some of them do. But who's this person to whom God gives authority, who's also a human being? You see what I'm trying to say? Jesus uses that image to say who he is to people who are willing to be open to understanding it. The Jewish leaders don't accept that. During his whole ministry, he calls himself Son of Man. And I think that they were wondering whether or not he believed himself to be the person Daniel saw. Because Son of Man can mean just human being, it can just mean me, right? So I think they suspected that he thought that about himself, but they couldn't get him to say it. And this is what he does at the trial. Then they can convict him of blasphemy and feel good about putting him to death because he deserves it, right? Called himself God. Yes. Okay, take me back to Judas.
Here's a question
Yes.
My question is Judas a type for us?
Is Judas a type of us?
Meaning, he ate with.
He ate with the Lord and
We saw it.
we saw him.
saw everything. Kissed him and then he
Betrayed him.
Just like.
Is Judas a type for us? He's a type for us if we do what he did. Okay, which we have the potential to do. I think this is the real lesson of Judas, is that, and we say this in the prayers and the hymns of the church, from the closest intimacy with Christ, he was drawn away by gold. He cared more about money than about Jesus. And all of us can fall away from Christ if we're not careful. So he's a type means it's a foreshadowing of something that occurs later. But can Judas be a type? Yes, if we follow his example. We have the potential, but we don't all do it, God forbid.
But we also follow the example of Peter, who denied it.
Who denied him? Yes, he can also do something. The difference is that Peter repented and Judas did not. Judas had remorse, but he did not repent. Now, imagine if Judas had repented, had come to the foot of the cross and asked for Jesus' forgiveness. What a story that would have been. But by notice that you have those two disciples, one repents and the other does not. One is just sorry. So that also shows us it's not enough to be sorry for our sins. We have to repent. We have to confess our sins. We have to weep bitterly over our sins the way Peter did and ask God to forgive us. And of course, we did. Okay, let's move on to the Roman trial before we run out of time. So, why is Jesus taking the Pilate? That's a good question. Because he's convicted of blasphemy in the middle of the night. Jesus is arrested. Even the disciples don't know where Jesus is. Two disciples know where Jesus is. He's in the house of Caiaphas. He was followed there by John and Peter, right? Peter's out there warming himself, speaking about Peter. What an amazing story that was. So he's followed by John and Peter, but nobody else knows where he is. He's put on trial, convicted of blasphemy. He deserves to die. They start to beat him up right then and there. And they could have taken him away and quietly put him to death, or taken him outside the city and stoned him to death, the way Stephen was stoned to death. But they don't want to do that. They want to take him to the Roman authorities. It's not simply because it's against the law to put anybody to death. It's because they want Jesus to be crucified. It's not enough for him to just disappear. They want him crucified for two reasons. First of all, okay, so they want him crucified because they want to blame the Romans. All right, this way there's some deniability. Remember, Jesus was very popular. Don't think that Jesus had just 12 disciples. This is what we say when there's hardly anybody in church. Well, Jesus just had 12 disciples. No. Jesus had thousands of people who believed he's the Messiah. Remember, he was mocked by huge crowds everywhere he went. Who wouldn't have believed in him? It's just a few people who don't believe in him, who think they know better than all these other people who are just idiots. They're like today. If you notice that, those of us who really believe in Jesus are thought to be just idiots by the rest of the society, right? So Jesus had a lot of followers and people who believed he was the Messiah. That's why he was mocked by huge crowds everywhere he went. So they don't want it known that they were the ones who arrested him and put him on trial and convicted him. They want to be sure that the Romans do it. So there's deniability, political deniability. And they want him publicly crucified to prove that he's a false prophet. Like I said to you, the Jews believed that if you are blessed, if you have long life, many children, lots of money, high social status, you're blessed by God. You're a good person. That is proof that you are a good person and God approves of you. Well, what if you get crucified? That's the worst thing that could happen to anybody, which means that God has cursed you. You're obviously a false prophet. You see, that's why they want Jesus crucified. They want to make an example of him. They want to say to all the people, oh yeah, you know that guy that you thought was the Messiah? And we told you he was a fake, he was a fraud, he was a trickster, he's a false prophet. This is proof positive. That's why they take it to the Romans. And to this day, if you ask a Jewish person why they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah, that is still the number one reason. Because he died on the cross. That's the number one reason. It is proof to look at how effective that decision was. Millions and millions of Jews still say Jesus cannot be the Messiah because he died on the cross. That's the reason. So it's still, wow, that was a very effective strategy. It's still working. So why was Jesus taken to Pilate and said that? Because they want him killed by crucifixion. He's a Roman subject, not a citizen. So we know how he's going to die. So even though he's not a citizen, people have asked me, I've never thought about this before, why is he subject to Rome if he's not a citizen? Because Rome was in charge of that region. Okay, so today if I go to Mexico and I commit a crime, I'm subject to Mexican law. It doesn't matter that I'm not a Mexican citizen. I'm subject to the laws. So this is what we see. So let's talk about the role of the governor. I don't know why. So would it be possible to get rid of this? Okay, if you can't, that's okay. The role, Pilate is the role of the governor in the Roman province. I don't know if you can take out that rule or move it down to the bottom of the screen. That would be great. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So the role of the governor in the province, thank you. The governor, don't do anything else to pray. Instead of getting jinxed. Thank you. Just perfect. Thank you very much. Bless it. Bless yourself in the class. That's pleasant. The role of the governor. Governors had the imperium, which is they had all of the authority of the emperor. A governor came to a region with the imperium. That meant he stood in the place of the emperor. This means he had the right of everything, including life and death over everybody in the province. That was his job, to control everything in the province. So what was his role? One of his jobs was to hear cases. Pilate was in Judea for 12 years. Now, at the time of Jesus, probably only for about 7 years, but he'd been there for a long time. The ordinary tenure of a Roman governor was 2 years. Pilate stayed there for 12 years. Why? Why would a Roman? He's from the equestrian class. He's just like not quite the highest nobility, but he can taste what it might be like if he could get up to that higher rank in Roman society. So he goes to a place like Judea. Ooh, why would anybody want to go to Judea? There's one reason. What's the reason you always know? Yes, money. Make money from all those bribes that you get from choosing somebody, choosing the tax collectors and the high priest. Think of how much money he made by appointing a high priest every year. You were supposed to be high priest for life, but not under the Romans. They chose a high priest every year so they could get an annual bribe. Pilate's predecessor chose 3 high priests in 1 year, 3 bribes. Think of the money that they paid for that position, extraordinary amounts of money because they made a lot of money as a high priest. So they got wealthy. So he was very experienced at conducting trials. This was something that was an ordinary part of a governor's duty. When there was a trial, when somebody was accused of a crime under Roman law, they would bring them to the governor. So why is he in Jerusalem? He's in Jerusalem in order to make sure that there's no rebellions during Passover. Remember, I talked about how easy it would be for Passover to the large crowds of people and their religious fervor to lead to a riot or rebellion. So Pilate always came to Jerusalem for Passover with an extra number of soldiers, and that's why he is there. So he's very much on alert during this period of time. So let's talk about Pontius Pilate. Who was he? What was he like? I mentioned he's from the equestrian class. We know he was in Judea for 12 years. And he did have a reputation for being a very tough bird. In order to be in this position for a long time, he must have been very effective, but he was also very, very hard on any kind of rebellion. And there's some incredible stories about him that are in the footnotes of the book, which I hope you will read, because it really gives you a sense of his character. Now, he had a reputation for being very, very tough on any rebels and not being hesitant about putting anybody to death. This is why some scholars today say that the gospel accounts of Pilate, who's very reluctant to put Jesus to death, are not accurate. But I make a case in the book for why they are accurate, and we're going to talk about that. So what's Pilate's reaction when Jesus is brought before him? What does he say? Now remember, I told you that it is the temple guard that arrests Jesus. Now, some people say it was the Romans who arrested Jesus. Absolutely not. And the Romans did not arrest Jesus. The Romans are not involved. Remember that all of those attempts to get Jesus to say something, to get him into trouble with the Romans, are so that they could report Jesus to the Romans. Like, Jesus, do you think we should pay taxes to Rome? If Jesus said, no, you shouldn't pay taxes, they would have run to Pilate and said, hey, there's this rabbi who has a big following who's telling people not to pay taxes. Then Pilate would have heard about Jesus. Hey, Jesus, should we stone this woman to death? Yes, you should stone her to death. Run to the Romans and say, hey, you know, I was against the law for us to put anybody to death. There's this rabbi who said we should stone this woman. All of these, this is the reason why they wanted to report him. Pilate had never heard of Jesus before. Again, this is something modern Bible scholars say, oh, that's impossible. Of course, that's not true. He must have heard of Jesus. Why? Well, Jesus is famous today. Everybody in the world practically has heard of Jesus. But he wasn't as famous back then. Why would Jesus come to the attention of Roman authorities? Where did Jesus preach? To Romans? In Roman temples? He preached in the temple, he preached in the synagogue, in houses, on the streets. He was in Galilee for most of the time, and when he's in Jerusalem, he's at the temple, for goodness sake. Romans didn't hear him. He wasn't preaching in Latin, wasn't preaching in Greek. So how would Jesus have come to the attention of the Romans? Can you see my point? When you read something and somebody says, oh, this never happened, this would have happened, the Gospels are wrong about this, even if it sounds logical, be skeptical. Because the Gospels are accurate. I'm telling you they're accurate. Pilate had never heard of Jesus before. Why would, you see that they're trying to give, the Jewish leaders were trying to have an excuse to report Jesus to the Roman authorities. Would the Romans, what would they have said if they didn't have something that was against Roman law? Well, Pilate, there's something going on we think you should know about. Well, what is it? Well, there's this rabbi, he's attracting a lot of attention. Oh, really? Well, what's he saying? He's telling people to turn the other cheek. He's telling people to forgive their enemies. Get out of here, don't bother me. That's what's a rape. I mean, seriously, think about it. Nobody's going to tell somebody something that's not a problem. You don't go to your boss and tell him everything's going great. Okay, why did you interrupt my day to tell me that? Okay? I mean, it sounds logical that Pilate should have known, but he did not know. And we know this because the first thing out of Pilate's mouth is, why are you bringing this person? Who is this person? Why are you bringing him to me? So we know that Jesus was not arrested by the Roman authorities. Okay? Because Pilate would have authorized that. And by the way, there's some ridiculous Bible commentator who says that Jesus was arrested by 6,000 Romans, a spida, because John says a spida, a cohort of soldiers, like a squad, arrested Jesus, and that was 600. He uses a Greek term for a cohort, which would have been 600, a tenth of a legion, which would be when 600 men. Took 600 men to arrest Jesus. Give me a break. Just because he said cohort and use that word, you can't have a secret arrest of a guy in the middle of the night with 600 Roman soldiers walking through up the Mount of Olives. I mean, some of the things, just because somebody has a PhD after their name doesn't mean they have any common sense. Okay, I'm telling you, seriously. Hopefully President Trump will accept it. Hopefully. Okay, but seriously, some of the things that you read are so stupid. So because John uses this technical Greek word for a cohort, Jesus was arrested by a cohort of soldiers. It doesn't say Romans, it says cohort. We know it's the temple guard. I'll give you the other reason why we know it's the temple guard. They come to arrest him and he says, whom do you seek? And they say, Jesus of Nazareth. And he says, I am. What do? Do you remember? What do? They fall down on their face. Why? Jesus said, I am. That's the sacred name of God. When on Yom Kippur, the only person who can say the sacred name of God was the high priest once a year on Yom Kippur, and when he would say it, all of the Jewish people in the temple would fall on their faces because they heard the sacred name of God. Who could go into the temple? Could Romans go and watch out? Hey, I'm interested. What's going on? Yom Kippur, I'm going to just hang out here. You couldn't enter the temple. The Romans never heard the sacred name of God. That shows us that the arresting party is Jews. See how simple that is? How obvious it is when you just think about it a little bit? There's no way that these are Romans. So Pilate has never heard of Jesus. He has not been reported to him. So he says, who is this guy? Why have you brought him here? So now, what is their answer? He says, why have you brought this man? It's amazing. They're completely unprepared to prosecute the case against Jesus. By the way, there was no police force, okay? You had to, if somebody committed a crime against you, you had to get your buddies, your friends, your relatives, to arrest that person and take them before the authorities, and you prosecuted the case. There's no prosecutors, there's no police force. You had to make the case. This is Roman law. This is exactly what the Jewish leaders are doing here. They arrested Jesus, and they're now going to prosecute the case before Pilate, but they're not prepared. They must have thought that Pilate would rubber stamp this. Okay, I'm sure they brought people to Pilate before who were really guilty of actual crimes. Because when he says to them, and this is in the Gospel of John, by the way, so when you're standing in church on Thursday night or whatever, you're hearing all these different Gospels, and sometimes they're a little bit different. They stand before, the longest account is in the Gospel of John. It gives us the most detail. Why have you brought this man? What do they say? If he wasn't an evildoer, we wouldn't have brought him before you. They're not prepared. They don't know what they're going to say. He's an evildoer. So that's why, he's an evildoer. Okay. And so what does Pilate say? Take him away and judge him by your own law, which they have the right to do. What we see there is that Pilate realizes immediately they have no case against Jesus under Roman law. Evildoer is not a crime. In the state of Kansas, it's not a crime to be an evildoer. We don't put people in jail for being an evildoer. We put people in jail for robbery, burglary, theft, even traffic violations, drunk driving. But you can't say this person is an evildoer. You better arrest this guy. He is an evildoer. Well, what code of the Kansas Penal section of the Kansas Penal Code has he violated? You have to allege a crime, and the jury has to make sure that all of the elements of the crime have been proven by the prosecutor. You can't just say. So look at Pilate. Pilate is experienced, and he's a representative of the Roman state. He can't just put somebody to death because he's an evildoer. Yes, there has to be a crime that is recognized by Rome. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. It is absolutely historically accurate. It is historically accurate that Pilate was reluctant to put Jesus to death because right from the beginning, he realizes that Jesus is not guilty of a Roman crime. This is a religious dispute, and he does not want to be involved or be used as a pawn in their religious disputes. Can you see what they're doing? He's a smart guy. He sees what they're doing. They have an enemy. They have an enemy on the basis of a religious dispute, and they want Pilate to get rid of him. That's not right. Okay, so all of these Bible scholars are saying, oh, Pilate would not have hesitated to put Jesus to death. The Gospels are not true. That's ridiculous. Of course the Gospels are true. Pilate doesn't want to be manipulated by these people. He knows exactly what they're trying to do. He knows that Jesus, and by the way, he has a responsibility as a representative of the emperor to put people to death if they have violated Roman crimes, but not if they haven't. And just because he had put a lot of people to death doesn't mean that he was willing to put an innocent person to death. I don't know anybody who would do that. You'd have to be really, really sick to be easily willing to put an innocent person to death. So I want you to think about that, okay? So Pilate never heard of him, and Pilate doesn't want to put an innocent person to death. So after they say the evildoer, they sent Jesus inside the praetorium. So this is a famous painting, right? It's amazing, amazing painting. What I don't like about it is Jesus is not bloody enough. So it's not historically accurate. It's not historically accurate. But it's a great painting because you can see Pilate inside the praetorium where he questioned Jesus. And of course, the Jewish leaders are outside the praetorium. You're going to hear all of this in a couple of weeks, right? In church. So Jesus is going inside the praetorium. The Jewish leaders stay outside because they don't want to be defiled. They will be defiled if they enter under the roof of the Roman, and they can't participate in the Passover. Now these are the chief priests, remember? The chief priests convicted him. The chief priests have taken him to Pilate. Pilate knows that this is a very high-level delegation that has brought this person that they want executed. Now, it's the day before Passover. So they're busy. This is a busy day for them. But they've taken time out of this busy day to bring Jesus to make sure that Pilate puts him to death. Pilate doesn't want to get involved. Okay, so when he comes back inside and questions Jesus, he says, "Are you the king of the Jews?" What happened to the blasphemy charge? Disappeared, because they need a crime under Roman law, and the worst crime under Roman law was treason, crime against the state. So this is why now they figure out that they made a big misstep by saying he's an evildoer. Now they think back on Sunday when Jesus had been welcomed into the city as a Messiah. That means king, right? So now they come up with a charge of treason. And what does Jesus say? My kingdom is not of this world. So Pilate realized, and you know what he says to back that up? If it was, what? My followers would have tried to get me released. They would be fighting right now to get me released. My kingdom is not of this world. So Pilate knows, number one, he's never heard of Jesus before. So Jesus is not a revolutionary. And nobody, believe me, Pilate knows what's going on in Judea. There were lots of informants. If Jesus had been saying the slightest things against Roman power and authority, that would have been reported to Pilate. He would have been arrested, and Pilate said, "Oh yeah, I heard about you. Okay, you're the guy who's saying not to pay the taxes." Now, when Paul is arrested in the book of Acts and brought before the Roman, not the governor, but he's in Jerusalem, and he's questioned. He says, "Are you that Egyptian who's causing all this trouble?" So they knew who was going around. This is a very small area, you know. What city is 100 miles away from Kansas City? What is it? It's Topeka, Kansas. All of Israel fits between here and Topeka, Kansas. That's not a lot. So you're talking about Judea is like the greater Kansas City area. It's not a big area. You know what's going on in your region. So did they. So Pilate knows that Jesus is not guilty of anything. And the way they start talking to Jesus about truth. I have come to bear witness to the truth. Anybody who believes in truth has heard my voice. And Pilate is like, he said, "Oh, don't bother me. What is truth?" And he walks away. He's not a philosopher. Pilate doesn't want to talk philosophy. He's a busy man. He goes one truth, he comes out and says, I find no crime in him. Isn't that, this guy is not a threat, okay? So he says, are you the king of the Jews? By the way, Jesus also says to him, have others said this to you about me? Or is this your idea? Now, why does Jesus say this? To reinforce the idea that Pilate has never heard of him, okay? And if he was a threat to Rome, Pilate would have heard of him, okay? So Jesus is standing there having a lovely conversation with Pilate. He's absolutely calm. He's confident. He's not saying, I know my rights. I want to have an orator plead my case. He's not offering Pilate a bribe. He's not defending himself. He's not begging for his life. Pilate has never experienced anything like that. What do you think happens when people are brought before Pilate, accused of treason? What do you think they're doing? They're pulling out all the stops to make sure they're not crucified. Not Jesus. So Pilate knows that this guy is not acting like somebody who's guilty. All right, so what does he do? Finally, Pilate tries different things to try to get Jesus released, okay? He wants to avoid involvement. So one of the things that he does is he has Jesus scourged, okay? And this was a horrible thing, but he was hoping that by scourging Jesus, they would see him all bloody and say, you know, that's enough. Maybe he suffered enough. We say that, right? If somebody does something terrible, maybe they suffer, we say, well, maybe they suffered enough. Jesus comes back in the room, or he's standing there, bloody from head to toe, okay, having been scourged, which we'll talk about in the next segment, and he says, behold the man, look at him. Is that enough for you? He doesn't think Jesus is guilty, but he's trying to avoid Jesus being crucified. And as horrible scourging was, crucifixion is worse. Is that enough for you? Look at him. And the sight of Jesus, absolutely with bloodied, I mean, barely standing, full of blood, full of wounds, that's not enough. When they see him, they say, crucify him. They get almost like animals when they smell blood. That's not enough. They want him dead. What else does Pilate do to try to get Jesus released? Pilate is the one who suggests the prisoner release. Now, why does he do that? Because Pilate knows that these are important people, and he has to work with the Jewish leaders. Remember, these people know each other. They cooperate. And he doesn't want to embarrass them by simply releasing Jesus. That would be very embarrassing. We brought Jesus to Pilate. He didn't find him guilty of anything. We let him go. So Pilate is trying to avoid them losing face. So he offers as the prisoner release so that they can say, well, Pilate really thought he was guilty, but he let him go for Passover. He scourged him and let him go. You see that? But they say, no, we don't want Jesus released. We want Barabbas. Barabbas is the last person Pilate wants released. Barabbas is a murderer. He is an insurrectionist. He doesn't want Barabbas released, but he allows the crowd to choose. That was another mistake. Why does he allow the crowd to choose? This is me touching this hair. It is my hair. Why does he allow the crowd to choose? Because the Jewish leaders told him that Jesus was welcomed into Jerusalem by these big crowds that hailed him as the Messiah. Of course, they're going to choose Jesus, not Barabbas, right? Wrong. So why do they choose Barabbas? A lot of priests say this. On Sunday, they hailed Jesus as the Messiah. On Friday, they said, crucify him. This is ridiculous. It's not the same people. Who's in charge here? It's the chief priests that want to put Jesus to death. Where are they? They're outside the Antonia fortress on the Temple Mount. They're not down in the streets below where the ordinary crowd, they love Jesus. They are a few hundred feet away from the temple. So they went to the temple, they got all their cronies, And they said, come back here because Pilate's about to release a prisoner and we want you to shout for Barabbas. This is so obvious. This is exactly what happened. You see, it's not the same crowd. The high priest, the chief priest, generated the crowd that called for Barabbas. Now Pilate is stuck. Now Pilate has to release Barabbas, and he does. And then he said, well, what should I do with Jesus? And they say, crucify him. In other words, he's still stuck with Jesus. He's agreed to release Barabbas. He has to. They've tied his hands. They're saying, crucify him. Pilate says, why? What evil has he done? And they keep shouting, and he sees that the very thing he's trying to avoid, which is a riot, is about to happen because they're insistent and insistent. And of course, he washes his hands and all of this. But in John's gospel, there's something very important. They say, we have a law, and by that law, he ought to die. Why? Because he made himself the Son of God. Now Pilate is really afraid. Jesus is not like any prisoner he's ever tried before. Jesus is not afraid. Now Pilate is really afraid. So he goes back inside the praetorium where Jesus is standing all bloodied, and he says, where are you from? Jesus doesn't answer. And Pilate is completely unnerved. Now he's annoyed. Because he's trying to help Jesus. And he says, what? You're not going to speak to me? Don't you know I have the power to crucify you or the power to release you, and you won't even speak to me? Who's ever treated Pilate like that? Nobody. And Jesus says, you don't have any power. Any power you have has come from above. Pilate has the imperium. Pilate stands as though it were the emperor himself in Judea. He has the power of life and death over everybody. He has the power of everything in Judea. No one ever talked like Pilate like that before. Jesus says, you only have power from above. Now Pilate is convinced Jesus really could be a God. So you see, the Gospels are right when they're saying that Pilate was reluctant to put Jesus to death. He didn't want to put Jesus to death. Why would Pilate? We would say, oh, that's ridiculous. Not a Roman, not a Greek. You know, Greek mythology and Roman mythology is full of stories of gods coming to earth. And this was very much a part of the Roman psyche. And in these mythological stories, they didn't say it's a myth. We say they're myths. They say it's real. So the Romans and the Greeks believed that gods really did come to earth and look like people. Woe to the person who mistreated them, because then they were punished by the gods. Pilate thinks Jesus may very well be a god. And if he's not taking any chances. Okay? So he comes back out and says, I find no crime in him. And what did the Jewish leaders say? If you do not kill him, you are no friend of Caesar. And immediately, John tells us, he ascends the judgment seat, sits down to sentence Jesus to death. Why? Friend of Caesar is a title given to leading men of Rome. He may have had that title. Definitely, there was a very famous Roman who was the chief advisor to the current emperor Tiberius. His name was Sejanus. And a few months earlier, Pilate knows, and the Jewish leaders know, that Sejanus was put to death by Tiberius on a charge of disloyalty. So Pilate knows, by saying, you are no friend of Caesar, they are hinting that if Pilate doesn't put Jesus to death, they will tell Tiberius, we brought someone to Pilate, charged with treason, claiming to be a king, and Pilate did not execute him. And believe me, Pilate would have been recalled to Rome and put to death for disloyalty to Tiberius, because all of these guys were notoriously suspicious, because they knew there was always somebody who wanted to kill them so that they could become the next emperor. All emperors, all kings and queens were very paranoid. So they killed anybody with the slightest possibility that they might be disloyal. So now Pilate knows it's either him or Jesus, and he's going to protect his own skin, right? So he ascends the judgment seat, and he sentences Jesus to death. Okay, so basically, they blackmailed him. He is furious because they have manipulated him. Remember, this is the person who is in charge of the whole region. They have manipulated him. They have controlled the outcome. They have forced him to do something he did not want to do. He tried to be respectful. He said, you take him and judge him according to your own law. He tried to give them an out with a prisoner release. You know, I know that this would be embarrassing to you if I released Jesus outright. How about if I just release him because of Passover? Okay? He tried to accommodate that so that they would not be embarrassed, but they wouldn't have it. They were determined that Pilate would do their bidding, even though he was convinced this is an innocent man. Okay? So, and it's because of this that he finally convicts Jesus and sentences him to death. Tries to wash his hands, but he doesn't really avoid responsibility, does he? We still say that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He was, because he was ultimately responsible and he was the governor at the time. Are there any questions? I think it's after 12. We'll have one or two quick questions. Yes.
A real key player, I feel like, in the Gospels is Pilate's wife.
Oh, Pilate's wife. Yeah, we did mention her. Thank you for mentioning that. She also had a dream that to telling Pilate not to have anything to do with this, but he already was very unnerved by Jesus's calm demeanor. I think and they were very superstitious, also having a dream, also reinforced for Pilate that he shouldn't have anything to do with Jesus. But in the end, he's blackmailed basically. It's either going to be Jesus or him. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, let's have lunch, and then we'll continue after lunch and find out about the rest of the story. Okay. There we go.
My brother John.
Are you usually spelling, right? J-O-H. Okay. The usual spelling, J-O-H-N, right? Well, yeah, that's another whole other subject, right? Do you have a lot of opportunities to do that?
Yes.
Are you answering an internet question? Oh, I don't know if you were getting questions typed in.
Yes.
Oh, no, I have a separate, I have a question. Get on that.
You know, we follow the mind to the church wasn't an evil Western Europe. But beyond that, yeah. Yeah. I did my master's thesis for You told me that. Oh, and John told me today. I have to finish his chicken. Yeah. Right. To be able to go. Yeah. Have a good showing. Okay. No, I know. Yep. Yeah, Mark Kingsley said you'd come to. He's so sweet. I know. They now they're experts. Yeah. All right, like this smile protection out. Stay. Thank you.
It's crazy.
Okay, Dean, this is, I'm giving you a warning.
Shop right now. I know. Snapchat me. She's like, Alexander was being I was like, yeah. She goes, there's so much to work here. She's in there right that whole thing, I was like, I'm not sure if I love it so. Are they saying like they're saying wow, that's so cool.
That was also.
They're calling her, they're calling her false prophet. I mean, it's like a weird thing. They have restrictions on it. So they cry. that I don't. Greg, you help me look. Hi. Yeah. Yes. No, actually. You wanted to go home. They weren't food. Yeah, it's like I feel better. You know? I was dying at her. That's what she Snapchatted me. She goes, it's 4 a.m. but jet lag, so we'll open another bottle. She's like, don't. She goes, I feel so beautiful there. Because I just am talking to everyone. Well, I just feel I'm Celeste. And I was like, oh, there she was the one. And then they were like, that's a late testimony. And I was like, she check it back so she can go shopping. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Actually, getting escorted by the taxi and officers. They said no. They walked away. Well, then she wrote a cell phone last night to the cab. And the story is just like, they're not even 24 hours. I know. Oh my God, how fun. And they're, that's I would have just like gone with it, whatever. They're like sleep on their 8-hour flight back. It's fine. Yeah, don't waste your time. Last night we were like meeting with my next morning. It's like box from. Well, on the back of it had the guy's name. Well, just sent me another. Oh, and I would like you remember Paul, like I would have loved that is and even for me, I was like, I'm asleep. Like I'm trying to like She's maxed out on her. You know what, though, got her card, so she could get miles or whatever. Every other day. Yeah, my card and my. Because you know why? I think they just started direct flights up, so I don't think anybody's. They do separate rates too, like in September. Peter went on a race for like $300. Because the Peter but they like used to be getting it in the village travel station. Like, so that's as long as your vaccine period. Like, no, your vaccine. Where you're going? She was just like. Before you go. Well, I don't even want to. That makes it sound like they like have to try. Yeah. I just wrote Katie's brother's Wrangler. I want one. Yeah, good. Stop sale? Yeah. I know why, when you have to go up first. It's like high school people, college people, a couple high school kids it's expensive. But their house is cool. Have you seen any videos of it? No, actually, I can't remember what you said, if you sent it to me or. Oh, I saw, is this their house? Yeah. I thought they were, no, that's not their house. And he sent me videos last night of like the actual house itself. It's a really nice house. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. said it was like just quick whatever. Is there any saving it? It looks good. Yeah, it's fun.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I could go in there. It's like I used to enjoy putting order and I forget that I like it. Like I never look at it and like when I'm here, I'm only gonna when I'm at work, right? I'm like, I also like that about yeah, I order lots. My God. Yeah. It's a good. Yeah. I didn't. Oh, I know. In college, when we lived right by the Jamaica, we looked like they do. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, they are, but we were like, oh, yeah. $12 is fine. Yeah. You did? They were real sweet.
I know.
My mom's my dad's on the street. Cereal. Yeah. Well, just because, my that isn't really like, didn't really like going up to Chicago. It was like too much. He didn't know where to stay or yeah, but that's why. He's like, my daughter's there, my mom's there. He never wants to see it. He's like, I just like to he never really came up to Chicago. Like, I don't think he ever saw like it's my last 2 years. Yeah, he's never really. Yeah. Yeah, I Yeah, that's hard. Like that. Our my cousins, like boyfriends or girlfriends or whatever, we like at a wedding, you can get your time like yeah. Peter was real sweet. He like rented a car, like hotel, and it was just I don't know what it was telling me. It was just so sweet that he like was here but wasn't like a parent to like his baby family. Yeah. He was there also like my cousin and stuff, and like I've been so worried about what Mary was gonna be. Yeah, right. So I said to him I think he also didn't want to be like bothered, like he just wanted to like we wouldn't care, but yeah, he was like, no, I'm taking all the like Chicago people who don't have a car. Like we're all in my car. So when we're in the cemetery, he goes, bright red lipstick car. That's fine. He goes, I love on purpose, and they go, this is your car. And I said, I'm gonna do a mural. Do you have a car? And they go, nope, this is your car. He was like, okay. That's what he said. He said, he's so nice. He's very chatty about like everything. That's the girl. Melissa. Oh my gosh, I did not know. Yeah, he's introduced me as Brian's business partner. Or Brian's best friend. I was like, she's like, that's my dad's best friend. I was like, oh, that's nice of him to come. Okay. They're so weird. He's also like he's good friends with my dad too. Yeah. They're like family friends now. Yeah. Like really? It's so good. I love pillow talk. Yeah, I have pillow talk. No, mine. I think the next one is using context clues. Oh, I just thought that was you know, it's like top one, settle, and then we get into like oh man. I love it. Yeah, me too. Like crazy. You always learn more about this. You think you know, I but like it's like he's guilty, but he's not. So I've always wondered. Yeah, like him. I think he's the guy. He had to fall for the sake of it. But he also wasn't. He never speaks that's what he's saying. That clicked like, oh wow. Yeah, I was like it wasn't necessarily like believe that it's the son of God. Yes, that you like make him God, like an immortal. And now I just start talking about Kelly's, I'm like, oh, this is like really fire. He could have been cursed. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like sit down. Yeah. And I like when he said, I am. Zoe and I were talking about this at Tasha the other day. I feel she and I were talking. I think our school whatever that was, you know. One thing when I was a Sunday school, I taught I didn't like one year. Love that. I don't think I could go to that. I would like to go. I feel bad. I'll be there. I'll be there. We are. So they say. Has he ever done it without you? Has he ever done it without you? What is his name? Oh my friend worked the second
Well, we have to get started again so that we can finish by a decent hour. So I'm sure you folks are really very tired. All right. Okay, part three, are we all set up, Jim? We're all set to go? Okay, so we're going to talk about crucifixion, what it was like. Crucifixion was supposedly, reportedly, nobody is certain, but the historical evidence is that this developed in Persia in the 6th century BC. We don't think about Persia when we think about crucifixion, we think about Rome. And this was adopted by the Romans. It was also very popular in Carthage. And you remember from your high school history that Rome had fought against Carthage. And this is a punishment that they had seen used by the Carthaginians. And so the Romans used crucifixion very effectively. Now, because it was not Roman originally, they considered it a barbaric punishment, a barbarian. In other words, they thought of foreigners, even people like Jesus would have been considered a foreigner, even though he was in his own country, you know. Anything that wasn't Roman was barbaric. The Greeks were the same thing. The word barbarian in Greek just meant somebody who wasn't Greek. But for them, they associated with slaves. And it was originally a punishment that was only used on slaves or soldiers who deserted, okay, or who were insubordinate. Now, if you think about Rome, what was necessary to create and maintain the Roman Empire, they required two things. It required a lot of soldiers who had to take orders, and it required a lot of slaves. And slaves were acquired in war. So slaves were also enemies. And slaves were also barbarians. So this type of punishment was considered appropriate for somebody who is of the lowest class, and that's who slaves were. So I spoke a little bit about this, but the Romans were very class conscious. Everybody was segregated into different levels of social class. And people didn't associate with people, they didn't socialize with people outside of their social class. Now, the Romans, of course, considered themselves highly cultured, very sophisticated, refined, noble, and yet they practiced crucifixion. But they felt that this type of punishment was appropriate for the lower classes. There was no such thing as equal justice under the law. There was no equal punishment under the law. The standards required of proof were different depending upon your social class, your economic class, etc. So it's very ironic, I think, that the Romans, who considered themselves so refined and so cultured and so full of nobility, became associated with this type of punishment with any other group. Okay? Now, this punishment was so shameful that it was never even described in Roman literature. Okay? Well, I shouldn't say that. It's rarely mentioned directly. They don't call it crucifixion. It was so horrific, they didn't even want to think about it. And Romans, when they talk about it, they don't usually call the cross or crucifixion. They usually use other words to refer to it in an indirect manner. And they said it was so horrible, the very thought of the cross should be far away from the mind of a Roman citizen, far from the minds, far from the eyes. And this is why it was forbidden to execute a Roman citizen by crucifixion, because it was so shameful, it was considered to be degrading to Rome itself. So the word crucifixion comes from the Roman word crucifare, which means to torture. And originally, people were literally nailed to trees or tied to trees. That's how this began. And it was, as I said, made famous by the Romans and considered a slave punishment. Now, eventually, it was extended to any of the lower class. Anybody, however, could be subject to crucifixion. And people were terrified of it. There was nothing worse imaginable. And even citizens who were not supposed to be crucified sometimes were. In my research about crucifixion and punishment and Roman law, I read a lot of historians, Roman historians, that talk about punishment, they talk about crucifixion. There are a few cases where there were Roman citizens who were crucified by a Roman governor in a province. And of course, that was illegal, but it happened anyhow. So some of the discussions among Roman historians was it really illegal or because we have these cases? But the reason why we have the cases is because they were aberrations, okay? That's why we know about these known cases. There was one guy who was in Carthage who was sentenced to death by a Roman governor. He was an enemy. And you can see how the governors having so much power, this led to abuse of process. This led to many cases where they exceeded their authority. So there was one particular Roman who was living in Carthage and who was insisting that he should not be crucified because he was a citizen. So the governor painted his cross white and had him facing Rome as his punishment. That was his answer to it. Of course, you're not supposed to do that. But this is sometimes what happened anyhow. But it was something so horrific that Romans didn't like to really talk about it. Now remember that most Roman literature, of course, was written by ordinary high-class Romans. In other words, ordinary people didn't write books. It was the educated, it was the intelligentsia, it was the sophisticates, it's the higher level of Romans who wrote books, people like, or who gave speeches, people like Cicero. So they don't speak about it very much and they don't describe it because they think it's too embarrassing, too shameful, and frankly, they didn't really have to describe it because everyone had seen it. So believe it or not, as brief as the Gospel's descriptions are, they contain some of the most descriptive accounts of the practice of crucifixion in any literature, because the Romans avoided talking about it. It was sort of unworthy of them. It was beneath them to talk about such a horrific thing. But of course, they were the ones who perpetuated it, who perfected it, who made crucifixion famous, okay? So, rather than calling it crucifixion or the cross, although sometimes they do, usually it's called the summa supplicia, the highest form of punishment. In Greek, anondato di moria. And also servile supplicium, the slave's punishment. So they would just say, well, what kind of sentence did it get? They would say the summa supplicia. In other words, if you do a search of Roman literature looking for crucifixion or cross, you won't find as many references to it as if you find all these other ways to refer to it. So why was it so shameful? First of all, it's horrible because of the pain. So it was feared because of the pain, but also because of the shame. Roman culture prized personal honor, glory, status, reputation, more than anything else. So if a person who was not a slave was given a slave's punishment, let's say slaves, you had freedmen, people who were slaves but not free, then you have the poor people, then you have the sort of middle class, then you have the lower nobility, then you have the upper nobility. Everybody knew exactly where they stood in the social strata of Roman society. And by the way, people wore different kinds of clothes. Have you seen any pictures of celebrities if you've never known they were celebrities? Because they're wearing like a baseball hat, ripped jeans, and a t-shirt or something. That never happened in Rome. You can look at somebody and immediately know their status and their class. They wore different kinds of clothes depending upon where they were from. Of course, the Jews had their own manner of dress, but the Romans wore their togas. And the toga had stripes along the edge. It was a long piece of fabric that they knew how to wind around themselves. But along that piece of fabric were stripes. Sometimes it was a thick stripe, sometimes thin stripes, sometimes multiple stripes, and of different colors. And just by looking at the stripes on the toga, You knew exactly what a person's status was, if they held any special positions, okay? So people were extremely class conscious. So for an ordinary person to be given a slave's punishment meant degradation. It meant humiliation. It meant shame. Now, we also mentioned this already for the Jews. What did the cross mean for Jews? It meant God has cursed you. You're being shamed. You're being rejected. So to add to the shame, certain things were done to augment the shame, to augment the punishment. And for example, people, why did they not have to describe it? Because everybody had seen crucifixions. This is not something foreign. So when we think about the Gospels, the evangelists will just say, and they took him and he was crucified. There's no description. And that's because it wasn't necessary for first century people to describe exactly what happened. So people were crucified, first of all, naked. That was to add to the disgrace, to add to the shame. Except in Judea, we know that Jesus was not naked because of the Jewish sensitivities. There were certain things that were not done in Jerusalem that were done elsewhere in the Roman Empire. And the Romans were very aware that the Jews had certain things that they didn't allow or didn't. So they would react against things. So there was no public nudity in Jerusalem. There were also no idols in the city of Jerusalem. And when Pilate, one of the things he tried to do was bring a bust of the Emperor Tiberius into the city. And Tiberius wasn't even a god. It was just his image. When Pilate tried to bring those images into the city, a riot broke out. So they were very, very sensitive, and they knew that there were certain things that Jews did not accept. So they allowed the Jews to have their own particular customs. So they were crucified naked. So even though the Lord was not naked, he was crucified in his underwear. Well, you don't see that there. Okay. But you know that, right? Well, that's a spiritual. Okay, so he's basically crucified in a loincloth, basically his underwear. If I don't know about you, but if I would just be almost as embarrassed to be crucified in my underwear as in anything else. You know, it's the idea is the same. Okay, it's shameful. Now think of all of the saints of the church who were crucified, including Peter and including Andrew, his brother, on an exchange cross, and they were crucified in other parts of the Roman world, and they were crucified with the full shame of crucifixion, that is naked. And sometimes people were still nailed to trees or tied to trees, but after a while, the Romans developed this method of crucifying somebody on a piece of wood that was specifically designed for that purpose that we call the cross. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses insist that Jesus was crucified on a pole. So you'll know immediately if you're looking at, you will know that you're looking at Jehovah's Witnesses material. I got an invitation to Jehovah's Witnesses. They sent it to everybody in the neighborhood. Go to celebrate the memorial of Jesus' death, and in the distance they had a picture of Jesus on one of this like little pamphlet, and then they show the cross. They never have the cross. Instead, they have Jesus dying like on a pole with his hands above his head. And they insist that that is the meaning of the word cross. Well, cross could mean any object upon which somebody was affixed, but mostly it meant that thing that looks like this. Okay, we know that for sure. And we know how Jesus was crucified on a cross. They refuse to accept that because for them the cross is a satanic symbol. The thing that for us is our symbol of victory and resurrection, for Jehovah's Witnesses, they call it satanic. So of course, I won't go any further about that. But there you go. You can draw your own conclusions about what is satanic. So they were crucified outside of the city. They were fixed to this piece of wood as if to say, this person is rejected by society. He's on display. He's an object, okay? And with our gaze, we pass judgment on him. And not only is he's not even a person anymore, he's this animal. And by the way, the nakedness has to do with the association with this as a barbaric punishment. Foreign people were people who wore loincloths and very little clothes that didn't look like Romans. Those are the people for whom crucifixion was appropriate and to the Roman mind. People also were allowed to taunt the person on the cross. As a matter of fact, that was encouraged. When a slave was crucified, his or her fellow slaves were encouraged to taunt them, to mock them. It was part of the punishment. They believed that mocking was a good thing. This person broke the law. They did something wrong. They should be mocked. You can't just, this idea of dying with dignity, forget about it. It didn't exist in the Roman mind. You don't die with dignity. You have to die shamefully. That's a big part of the punishment was the shame, not just pain, was the shame of the cross. So they're elevated. They're not, there were two kinds of crosses, some that were a little bit low, maybe 18 inches off the ground. And then there was the ones that were about 3 feet off the ground, which would have been what Jesus was crucified on. And so they're elevated so everybody could see them and they would understand if you do the wrong thing, this is what's going to happen to you. But they're not so high off the ground that people could do other things to them. And this was part of the process. If your enemy was crucified, you were allowed to go to where they were crucified. And of course, you're going to mock them and taunt them while they're being tortured. And what else did they do? They used to throw stones at the person on the cross. They used to urinate on the person on the cross. They could do anything that they wanted. They could beat them. They could do anything they wanted to the person on the cross. Now, nothing was done to Jesus except the taunting, But nonetheless, that's this idea. This is very much a part of the process that he would be taunted. And I discussed all the things that, in the book, I discussed all the things that they say to him while he's on the cross and the irony of the things that they say to him. But also to add to the shame, people who were crucified were left on the cross, the bodies were left on the cross to rot. And this was done, they were left on the cross, they were crucified right outside the city, outside the main gates leading into the city. So you have highways that lead into Kansas City. It would have been on one of the main highways going right into the city. So this is why I say everybody had seen this, because this was something that, they were very aware of, and it was something that was a common Roman practice. So everybody had seen crucifixion victims, and they had, now in Judea, however, it was a requirement of Roman law, Jewish law, that the victims of crucifixion be taken down before sunset, which is exactly what we see after the case of Jesus. And by the way, not just in Judea, but also in other places, when a Jew was crucified, they were taken down before sunset. So they didn't spend days on the cross. But ordinarily, crucifixion was a process which did not yield quick results. That was part of the process. They wanted people to suffer. They wanted to suffer for a very long time. And it usually took days for someone to die. Now, except in Judea, where they had to come down before sunset by a Jewish law. So that was observed. So even though it took them also days to die, and they were on display outside the city, we're talking about cities like Rome, Corinth, Ephesus, any other city in the Roman Empire, you would see crucifixion victims in various, either still alive or in various stages of decay. The bodies were left on the cross in order to rot, and they were also eaten by animals and eaten by birds. So this again adds to the shame. So for Romans, this was absolutely horrific. The idea that your body would become food for animals was the most disgusting, the most shameful element of crucifixion. Okay, so to be left unburied and to literally become food for animals was the worst punishment. So this is why it is the highest form of punishment, the worst form of punishment. So that is what it meant in society, and I think it's important for us to understand the depth of the shame of the cross, because this is something that the early church had to respond to, had to deal with. And this is why St. Paul talks about the gospel. The gospel is the Messiah crucified. The gospel is Jesus Christ crucified. It wasn't easy to be a Christian. It wasn't easy for us. We take it for granted. We understand the cross as the love of God. But for the first people, for the first Jews, for the first Romans, it wasn't easy to say, this is what that means. And it means it's the love of God. They did not see that. As a matter of fact, they thought it was the most ridiculous thing. It was the most ridiculous form of punishment. And frankly, rather than that, for us, it's a statement of the love of God. For Romans, it was proof that Jesus could not be God. Why is that? Why would a God, first of all, become a human being? That they don't understand. He might appear, like Pilate was afraid. He might appear on earth like a human being, but he wouldn't actually become a human being. And if he did decide to become a human being, he would be born rich. That was the Roman mind. He would be a king. He would be born as a poor Jewish rabbi and certainly wouldn't agree to die on a cross. Why would God do that? So remember, the Greeks and the Romans are thinking in terms of the Olympian gods. So for the Romans, the idea that God would come to earth and die on a cross was absolutely idiotic. Okay? They could never accept anything like that. So this made, because of the shame, of course, this has made the cross, made it very difficult for people to accept the Christian message because of the cross. Now we've grown accustomed to it, so we don't recognize that. But that was the truth. People who became Christians, we're talking about the primitive church, the first few decades of the church especially, when someone became a Christian, their family literally thought they had lost their minds. It was insanity. What, you're going to worship somebody who died on a cross? They literally believed that there was something wrong with them mentally. Okay, that's how bizarre this idea was. So let's talk about the pain of the cross. What was involved in the process itself? So here we have an icon of a scourging. So the scourging was how all crucifixions began, unless you were a woman. Women were not scourged, but men were routinely. Scourging was also one of the powers of the Roman governor called coercitio. It came under the powers that, in other words, you were allowed to beat people, you were allowed to torture people, unless they were a citizen, without trial. And that comes under the governor's extrajudicial powers called coercitio. So you could be simply punished by scourging. This is what Pilate hopes to do. But if you were sentenced to death by crucifixion, you were always scourged, unless, again, you were a woman. So with the scourging involved, I can't remember how, you can see a little bit of it with what the guys are holding. It was a lot of strands of leather that were all braided together with a short, stubby handle. And there would have been 5 or 6 or 7 strands of leather that branched out, and at the end of each strand was a sharp piece of metal. So this is not a whipping. The Jews gave whippings. St. Paul says that he received at the hands of the Jews 5 times 40 lashes minus 1. That's a whipping. With a smooth piece of leather, that's a whip. This is a flagellum. This is a scourging. So with every strike, you received multiple wounds, and it wasn't just a strike on the back. There was a little piece of metal that dug into the back, caught the flesh of the back, and then was pulled out. Now here you see Jesus with his hands down here. Mary also could have had his hands above his head. I noticed that they probably took off his underbrush, his loincloth. So his whole body would have been wounded from his neck all the way down to the bottom of his calves, because you couldn't really control where all of these little strands would land as you hit somebody. And it was known that sometimes those strands would wrap around and they would pull flesh out of somebody's abdomen. And there were cases where people's insides literally were seen or were hanging out. And in the case of other people, their bones were exposed, because first you have one strike, you have multiple strikes. Each strike is several wounds. And then as it continues, it gets worse and worse. And along those strands were little heavy metal balls, like fishing weights. You know, those little fishing have these metal balls like this big. And they would pummel the back, and they would pummel the legs, and they would tenderize the flesh so that the wounds grew worse and worse and worse. That's a scourging. We don't know how many strikes Jesus got, but it was probably severe. because he could not carry his cross to the site of execution, which was routine. And he was young and he was healthy. So he probably received a very severe scourging. And remember that this was what Pilate did to him, hoping that he could release him after that. Oh, here's an example of what the flagellum would look like. There were more strands than just 4 usually. So you see how the person is tied. It's a little bit light. You can see a little bit how that is. So the Gospels agree that Pilate tried to find a way to avoid convicting Jesus. And one of the things that he did was scourge him before, okay? So how many lashes? We don't know. But it might have been many more than 39, because the 39 lashes were a Jewish punishment. Like, let's say the Sanhedrin, they found Jesus guilty of blasphemy. They could have given him 39 lashes. That was allowed. They couldn't kill somebody. But this is why St. Paul was given 39 lashes on multiple occasions, because he was convicted of blasphemy, obviously, by other Jews for saying that Jesus is the Messiah and the Lord. So we don't know how many lashes he received, but it had to have been a lot. So after being scourged, he was led out of the city to the place of execution with the sign, the titulus, saying what the crime was. So sometimes a person had the sign, he would carry it around his neck on a rope. Other times a Roman soldier would march in front and he would have the crime written in letters, whatever it was. So this is where Pilate takes his revenge against the Jewish leaders. Pilate writes, "The King of the Jews." And they object to that. Don't say the King of the Jews. Say, this man said, "I am the King of the Jews." And Pilate says, "No, what I have written, I have written." So there's tremendous irony in the fact that he really is the King of the Jews. The fathers of the church say that even by crucifying him, they could not manage not to have him be their king. So Pilate kind of makes sure that he embarrasses them, because now all of the Jews are sharing the shame of the crucifixion. You see, they wanted to shame him. So one of the things that they wanted to do, besides crucify him, is to crucify him with other criminals, so that he might share their reputation. So of course, Jesus is crucified between two thieves. And they are called in the Bible listed, plural, or listis is a singular. Listed. Now, the word is robbers. So remember back at the cleansing of the temple, Jesus said to the chief priests, "You have made my Father's house a den of robbers." That's the word. Now Jesus is crucified between two robbers. And it's as if they're saying, "You called us robbers? Well, you're going to suffer the penalty of robbers. You're going to suffer the shame of being associated with common criminals." And that's exactly what they did. So even though it says King of the Jews, of course, they didn't like that. Oh, and the icon, of course, it says King of Glory, because Orthodox icons give a theological message. They're not trying to give us a necessarily historical depiction, because of course Jesus looked a lot worse than this when he was really crucified. So this is the theological presentation. So as he walked to the site of his execution, the condemned person would only carry the crossbeam. You see this? That's called the patibulum. The upright beam, this is called the stipes, was at the place of execution. And the reason for this is the patibulum alone would weigh maybe about 70 pounds. If this is a full-grown man, he has to be placed on a piece of wood. It has to be able to support his weight. So they only carried the crossbeam. And they went through the streets of Jerusalem with a crossbeam on their back, which of course has just been scourged. So it's very wounded. He's very bloody. He's lost a lot of fluids. For those of you who are only in medical school, you know about this kind of a thing. So he's lost a lot of fluids and he's very bad. This is why he was very weak and really couldn't carry his cross. But this was standard procedure. And as he walks through the streets of Jerusalem, by the way, this is still Friday morning when Jesus gets convicted by Pilate and sentenced to death. This is the first time that the general population realizes what's happened. These are the people that just welcomed into Jerusalem on Sunday as the Messiah, and now they see him going to his death. And they were shocked, and they were horrified, and they were distraught. So now the women of Jerusalem start mourning him. They see him walking through the streets carrying his cross. So he couldn't have carried the whole thing. And in almost every movie, and certainly in iconography, it shows Jesus carrying the whole upright and crossbeam. It's simply impossible. Nobody, especially in that state, would be able to lift it. So we know that they only carried the crossbeam. So where does he go? He has to go outside the city to the place of execution where the upright beam would have been. And there, the place where the upright beam would have been, sometimes there were just single beams, and sometimes there was like a scaffolding for multiple people who were being crucified. So there, at the site of the execution, we know that this was always done outside of the city. That was Jewish law. The Romans also had their executions outside of the city because of the animals that would come and eat the corpses of the people on the cross. So that was but the Jews had it outside because it was considered defiling. Now, Golgotha is called the place of the skull. We don't know exactly why it had that name. There was a tradition that Adam died and was buried there. And at the base of the icon of the crucifixion, you see these bones here, and that's supposed to be Adam. Now, that's kind of a tradition. And even the fathers refer to it as a tradition. I don't know if they really think that Adam was buried there. I think it'd be a little bit difficult to bury somebody there because it was probably a rocky outcrop. It was probably a little mound that was made of rocks, and the top of it had cracks and made it look like a skull. Okay, because it was somewhat elevated. It's not a mountain. It's not even really a hill. It's just a rock formation, but it's elevated. So remember, they wanted to be able to see the crucified person and put him on display for everybody to watch. All right. So this is part of the humiliation of it. But that's what Golgotha was outside. And the church, of course, recognizes this is a little bit elevated. But it was probably more of a round-looking structure. So he goes to the place of execution, and what would they have done at that time? They would have taken his clothes off of him. They would have stripped him down to just the loincloth, and they would have laid him down on the ground with the crossbeam behind him, behind his shoulders. Now, of course, we also know that because Jesus was very weak, Simon of Cyrene was compelled to carry the crossbeam for him. Now, this is why, first of all, later he either became a Christian or his children became Christians, because he's mentioned by name. And very often, usually the Gospels don't mention specific people by name unless they're known to the first Christians. So Simon of Cyrene helps Jesus carry his cross. And according to Muslim tradition, it is Simon of Cyrene who was crucified, not Jesus. This is what they say. So the Jews do not believe that Jesus was a Messiah because he died by crucifixion, but Muslims believe that Jesus was never crucified because it was so shameful. God would never allow that to happen to his prophet. Muslims regard Jesus as a prophet, so they say God would never have allowed this to happen to his prophet. So this is why the Muslims don't believe, most of them don't believe that Jesus was actually crucified. And they say, well, the Roman soldiers made a mistake and they crucified Simon of Cyrene. I don't think so. Simon didn't look like Jesus. He hadn't been scourged. And then some of them say, well, he naturally changed, so he looked exactly like Jesus. But that's ridiculous. Because they can't accept the cross, the humiliation of the cross. What do we do? Because we understand what it means. So Jesus is laid down on the ground, and then there were 4 soldiers who were in charge of the execution detail, or 1 centurion who was in charge of the 4 soldiers. And one of them would have sat on his or knelt on his legs. One would have held him down each of his arms, and then a fourth soldier would have put a nail into his hand. So this has also engendered a lot of discussion. Exactly where was Jesus crucified? And where were the nails put? In the 20th century, there were a lot of discussions about the method of execution, how people died by execution, etc. Well, there was a very famous French doctor whose name was Pierre Barbet, who said that Jesus must have been crucified in the wrist, through the wrist. And there's why. One reason is because the Shroud of Turin shows a man who died by crucifixion. They have his hands like this, and there's a large amount of blood, not here in the middle of the palm, but at the wrist. So this doctor, this French Dr. Barbet, decided to conduct an experiment, and he got a freshly amputated arm. Nobody knows where he got the arm from. And he nailed it through the palm, and then he hung a weight from the arm of 80 pounds. It was designed to show whether or not a palm could hold the weight of a man. That's one palm, one arm. So in other words, a full-grown man weighing 160 pounds would be for two hands, but we only had one amputated arm. So he nails it to see how long it would last. Well, within a few minutes, the nail tore through the bones of the hand because it's not very strong. Okay, so Pierre Barbet decided that people were crucified through the wrist. But we have all of these discussions about all these references to Jesus showing them his hands and his feet. There's a couple of problems with that. And also, of course, all of the artistic depictions of Jesus being crucified somewhere in the hand. Well, in Greek, it's hard to know which it is because there's one Greek word for hand and arm, just like there's one Greek word for foot and leg. It's body, or it's hieri, is the whole thing, the whole appendage. Well, there was this other person who's done a lot of work in this, and he's also mentioned in the book. His name was Frederick Zugibe. He was a coroner for many years in one of the counties in New York State. And he had a coroner has to examine and determine the cause of death, dealt with a lot of crime scenes, accident scenes, and things like this. It just so happened that there was a young lady who was stabbed to death. So she came into the morgue, and he had to determine the cause of death, and they counted for purposes of, trying the person, criminal trials, they count every wound and they describe it so that the prosecutors can prosecute the criminal. Well, she had an entrance wound here because she was stabbed to death, so she had some defensive wounds. One wound came in through here, excuse me, I don't know why that's happening, and then it exited through here. And this is where Zugibe realized what happened. So if you go like this and you join your thumb and your little finger, it creates this furrow here called the thenar furrow. There are muscles here. You see this? You wouldn't crucify somebody here because they couldn't support the weight. Even though a man wasn't hanging by his palms, then the feet were also crucified. It seems that the Romans, because if you put a nail here and you angle it toward the wrist, it comes out through the wrist. And that's a stronger place to hold up a crucified person. Okay? So this is probably what happened. I think Zugibe was right about that. And so this is what happened. They would drive a nail through into this, they would look like this, pretty awful. Not the kind that you could find at Home Depot. Not that that would make a lot of difference, but remember, the pain wasn't simply going through the flesh and the skin, it was the rubbing on the nerves that are in the wrist, the rubbing of the nerves in the wrist, and that was really created terrible pain that's commonly called costalgia, and it's been considered, it's described as one of the worst kinds of pain imaginable. This syndrome, so costalgia, that today is sometimes called complex regional pain syndrome. Did I get that right? Complex regional pain syndrome. I'm sure it's for medical people here, or am I thinking of something else? Because there's another kind of injury that the Lord received from the crown of thorns. Anyhow, you could read about that. The point is that when it's a chronic condition, it's a syndrome. But Jesus didn't have this pain long enough for it to be chronic. But the first time this type of pain was ever described was in the 1800s, and then especially after World War I, when men received nerve injuries by objects like shrapnel puncturing them. So it is the constant irritation to the nerves that leads to one of the most severe pains ever described, like being burnt with a red hot poker, like shooting lightning bolts of pain going through the body. Pain so intense that people sometimes pass out by it. Pain so intense that morphine could not relieve the pain of these soldiers that came back from World War II, who had suffered pain to these nerves, okay? So this is the kind of pain that was induced, and of course the nails looked like that. They were kind of squarish, except for the tips, and of course those are pointy. So what you see here, these photographs, excuse me, so I've done everything, I don't know why. If it's my talk, it's not my hair, I don't know what it is. But these photographs were taken from an article that was published by the Journal of the American Medical Association about the physical cause of death of Jesus. And here they're following Barbet's opinion, and that is they're putting it through the wrist. I'm telling you, it was probably angled from here toward the wrist. In other words, from the front, if you looked at the crucified person as Jesus is on the cross, the nail is here. It looks like it's in the palm, but it's exiting from here. Okay, and so that's pretty consistent. Now, one of the things that Zugibe did that nobody else has done, Frederick Zugibe, the former coroner, is that he did, to the extent that he could, he did some experiments to try to replicate how people experience the cross and try to figure out how people die from the cross. Of course, after the person was nailed to the crossbeam, the person was lifted up, either lifted up physically by these Roman soldiers, or there was a pulley system if the cross was a bit higher. But as I said, the cross wasn't super high because people had to be able to get close enough so that they could beat a person or pee on them or something like that. So they were lifted up by pulleys, and then the crossbeam was lifted up and dropped into place in a notch on the upright beam. Okay, and then the feet were nailed. Okay, so again, it's nailed through the top of the feet, which is pretty painful, by the way, pretty sensitive. The top of your feet, if you've ever had a wound there, it's extremely sensitive. And of course, the nail went through those plantar nerves. So it was very, very painful, extremely painful. So now the person was not suspended, and his weight was being supported by the nails, of course, through the feet. Now, the question then becomes, how is it that they died? What was the cause of death? Well, Pierre Barbet had said that the cause of death was asphyxia. You couldn't get enough oxygen. Well, we can never be certain about the cause of death. We'll talk about Jesus' cause of death in a moment. But we can't be certain about how anybody died of crucifixion because we can never go back and really do an experiment to determine how somebody died. And people might have died of different things depending upon their age and their health and things like this. But definitely, when Zugibe did his experiments, and what he did is he constructed a full-size cross with leather straps so that he could attach young men to the cross, and they were attached by the wrists with leather straps and by their feet with these leather straps, so that he could monitor their pulse and their respiration and see whether or not they had difficulty breathing, because that was the theory. That is the theory that I have said, because that was the unanimous theory in the 20th century, that people who were crucified died primarily by asphyxia. They couldn't breathe. So in Zugibe's experiments, he determined that people who were crucified actually didn't have any trouble breathing. None of his volunteer subjects, these were young, healthy men who volunteered to be strapped to this cross. None of them had any difficulty with respiration. And in his book, he describes all of the different vital signs that he took: the blood pressure, the respiratory quotient, and all of the amount of oxygen in the blood. He monitored all of that, and they didn't have any difficulty breathing. What they found extremely painful was the fact that they were affixed to the cross like this. And after only 15 minutes, some of them couldn't tolerate the pain just from this position. There was a tremendous spasms that began in the upper arms and in the chest, and they asked to be taken down. The longest any person stayed on the replicated cross was 45 minutes. They couldn't tolerate the pain. So you have this problem with that, plus you have the pain of the wounds to the arms and the wrists and the feet that were contributing to the incredible pain. Now, Barbet said that they couldn't breathe because he believed that Jesus was sort of in this kind of a position, more like a Y as opposed to a T. And that because he was in this sagging position, he needed to press on his feet and lift himself up to be able to breathe. Now, the reason for that is because we breathe, very much with our rib cage. We have the diaphragm there, and the rib cage has these little muscles that are called the intercostal muscles, which allow it to open and to close like this, to expand. Well, we can breathe in, but we can't always exhale completely. So after a while, if you can't get a good breath, your carbon dioxide builds up in the bloodstream, and you die from a lack of oxygen, okay? So this was Barbet's theory, and he got that theory because of people who were tortured by being hung with their hands above their head. Well, actually, that's not the situation here. We have somebody whose hands are not above his head, his hands are like this. Or even if Barbet was right that Jesus was in more like a Y position, he still would not have any trouble breathing because Hugibi changed the position of the young men so that they were in that Y position that we see here, and they still didn't have any difficulty breathing. So, now, sometimes it was more difficult to exhale, so to expel the carbon dioxide from the blood than to inhale, but that doesn't seem to be the cause of death. So, in the case of Jesus, there is no real physical cause of death. And the reason for that is because Jesus, this is a theological explanation now, not a medical one, Jesus being the Son of God and being sinless could not have died unless he allowed himself to die. This is something we reference a lot in the Orthodox Church. We talk about how the Lord came willingly to his crucifixion. We talk about his voluntary passion. So Jesus agreed to die. He decided to die. And even the Gospel of John kind of suggests this. When Jesus says, it is finished, or when Luke says, into your hands I commend my spirit, he decides to die, and this is when he dies. He's going to die when he's ready to die, and not a moment before. We're not in control of our death. But he was, because he decided to die. His life was not taken from him. Now, what about the other people? How did they die from crucifixion? Because crucifixion does not involve a lot of blood loss. And as I mentioned, people could stay on the cross for days, and they did in the Roman world. Well, I think the longest period of time was 6 days that we know of, is documented on a cross in the Roman world. They died of exposure, okay, from the sun, or if it was cold, from the cold. They died of hypovolemic shock, that is low bodily fluids. In other words, you become dehydrated, and certainly that would have happened to Jesus. He had very low bodily fluid. They could also die from traumatic shock if they had had a lot of injuries. And if you think about the position on the cross, the way the legs are bent, if you think about the fact that Jesus has bent legs, he's like this, his legs are bent, and he already lost a lot of blood. He hasn't drunk anything for many hours since the night before, Thursday night, and that was the Last Supper. It's very difficult for his heart to pump. He doesn't have enough oxygen going to the muscles, going to the organs of the body. And remember, the blood has to circulate, has to go from the heart all the way down to the feet and their bed, and he's in an upright position. So it was very, very difficult for people who were crucified to get enough blood circulating to maintain the organs of the body with needed oxygen. So it was probably, most people died of hypovolemic shock, low blood fluids, low bodily fluids, or traumatic shock. That seems to be the primary cause of death by crucifixion. So we'll stop at this point for now. And ask if, are there any questions? Yes.
So you think the belief could have been that it was his time, that God, the Father, wanted him to come at that time?
What was the question, that God the Father wanted Jesus to come at that time because of this?
To die at that.
Yes, I think so.
I mean, that's spiritually, I believe that.
Yes.
Because it had been written long before.
Well, that's the next segment is about the prophecies of why Jesus died by crucifixion. And yes, you're getting at what I'm going to talk about now. You're thinking ahead. The next segment. Any questions about the manner of death or crucifixion? Yes, go ahead.
Crucifixion had come out of prison.
Yes.
The 6th century, crucifixion alive. But apparently that had been going on for a long time in Persia. And I just wondered if it had the same meaning in Persia as it had.
The question is, did crucifixion have the same meaning in Persia as it had in Rome? The shame, I don't know enough about Persian society, but I would think so. You know, I think the reason why I think so is because we are the first culture to say everybody is equal. You're no better than I am because of your socioeconomic status, because of the color of your skin, because of your gender. That's an American idea, the idea that everybody's equal. So the idea of sort of separating somebody and saying we reject you and you deserve this because of your low status, I think that was very common in ancient cultures. Ancient cultures were all about status, right? That's how they kept people under control. I'm not knowing enough about ancient Persia. I qualify that. I think so, but I can't say for certain. Anybody else? Yes.
I got a little lost with, was this a Roman crucifixion or a Jewish?
It's a Roman. The Jews, first of all, the Jews can't put anybody to death in Judea. The Jews did not, I can't say the Jews did not practice it because we know of Jewish kings who did crucify people.
Okay.
So
but it was
this is
outside of their camp.
They would call this a hanging.
Okay.
So the Jews had other methods of they would stone people, they would burn people alive, they would hang people, and this was considered a hanging.
Okay, so when you said that they honored the Jewish tradition of not making him naked
not making him naked.
and getting him down by sunset. Are you talking sunset of the Sabbath?
Yes, the Romans would always take the prisoners down by sunset of any day. A Jewish victim of crucifixion usually did not stay on the cross past sunset. They would make sure that they died.
So if he was crucified on
Friday afternoon, he dies, of course, before sunset. But
okay,
this
but
is why
if he hadn't,
they would have broken his legs like they broke the legs.
okay,
of
so
the
they would
thieves.
have.
Yeah, that's why they broke
Okay.
the legs of the thieves.
Okay,
The
so
thieves
we
were
can
Jewish too.
assume then, no, we don't think, we don't know that the thieves were Jewish.
The thieves were Jewish.
They were Jewish, okay.
Yeah, because they were. Now you're right that it's possible that the thieves were not Jewish, because it doesn't tell us that they were Jewish, but we don't. I assume that they were Jewish because they're being executed in Jerusalem, and not a lot of non-Jews lived in Jerusalem. I mean, almost everybody there was. Why would you live in Jerusalem if you weren't Jewish? It's not a Gentile city. Now, if they had been executed possibly someplace else, then we might think that maybe they were not Jewish, but I think they were. But whether they or not they were Jewish, whether or not they were in Jerusalem, it seems to have been a practice that they were taken down. And we know this because there's a big hullabaloo that happens later after the time of Christ in the city of Alexandria. I'm not so sure if it was before or after, but there was a big controversy that happened that the Roman governor there in Egypt did not allow Jewish victims of crucifixion to be taken down and buried. So that means that generally speaking, that was allowed even in Alexandria. So the problem is like, they just want the person dead. They don't really care how long they hang and all the rest, you know, so they have to be sensitive to those things. So yeah.
So the breaking of the legs,
Okay, so the breaking of the legs, what caused, so the breaking of the legs of the thieves, how does this is why I wasn't so sure about Zugibbi's theory that Jesus died of shock, rather than the asphyxia theory, because Pierre Barbet said they died of asphyxia, that is, they couldn't breathe. And he said that in order to breathe, if you were hanging in this position on the cross, which you saw, the previous, where the person is like in a wide position, okay, that this person was not like that. Sorry about that. Anyhow, let me just answer the question. Yeah, he said that the crucifixion victim had to step, press on his feet, and go like this, and that was extremely painful. But when Zugibbi did his experiment, and he had the young man strapped to this full-size cross, he told them, try to see if you can move yourself. Try to see if you can lift yourself so that you can breathe better. They couldn't move at all. So I don't think that that's true. So how did breaking the legs of the thieves hasten death? It's not because they couldn't breathe, but because breaking your femur, which is the big bone here in the thigh, and if you broke the two little bones in the lower leg, that caused so much blood loss that there isn't enough blood circulating through the body to carry the oxygen that's needed. So that would hasten death. So it was because they couldn't, not because they couldn't breathe, but because there wasn't enough oxygen going through the body. And so that's why they would take a Roman mallet, and they would just a big iron mallet just smash. They just shatter their bones. Yeah.
So when we hear it is finished,
Yes. So the question is, what does Jesus mean by saying it is finished? His earthly life is finished? No. I think it's a reference to the fact that the plan of salvation was complete. Because the word is tetelestai. Tetelestai means it is accomplished. It is finished. It has reached its goal. The word telos means goal. It has been finished and it's been accomplished. Remember that this whole thing, which we call in Greek, the economia, that's the Greek word, that's our theological word for the plan of salvation. The Holy Trinity put the plan of salvation in place before the creation of the world, because they knew that human beings would sin and that we would have to be saved. So the plan was for the Son to be incarnate. That plan was put in place from before the creation of the world. We're going to talk about that in the next segment too. We're going to see how that was the case. But thank you for asking the question. Yes?
Have they ever found this site outside have they been
Archaeological digs, archaeological findings of this site of Golgotha?
Yeah.
There's a church that was built on top of it, which is there today. And there has been some archaeological work of the tomb of Christ, and also down below where St. Helen found the cross. Okay, so that's a very interesting thing. But it's really difficult to do archaeological digs in Jerusalem because there's a city on top of it. They actually do continue to do digs, and you know, they dig beneath the street, beneath buildings. They're supported underground, and they dig underground. But it's really difficult. So that Golgotha today is encompassed by this big church that's called the Holy Sepulchre, but the Orthodox Church is the Church of the Resurrection. Well, not too far away, the tomb of Jesus is the site of execution, and there's a hole where you can put your hand in and feel the rock on which Jesus was crucified. It's a pretty awesome place to go and visit. Yeah, it's elevated, of course. You have to take some steps to go up. Yeah. Any other comments? Yes.
It seems our icons don't depict the extent of the horror of this. Do you
Yes.
think that does us a service or a disservice?
Okay, so here the question was, our icons don't depict the extent of the horror. Does this do a service or a disservice? You're right that it does not. And since you brought it up, let's go ahead and talk about it now. When we see the icon of the crucifixion, and all icons are intended to be not necessarily a historically accurate presentation of what happened, but a theological statement. Everything we do in the church is not intended to be historically accurate, but intended to teach us something that we need to know. That's more important than historical accuracy. So, for example, some of the hymns, like on Good Friday, will say something like, the Theotokos is mourning her son, and then she will say, show also unto me your resurrection. Or you have the sun and the moon, or the sun hid its rays, or Hades cried out groaning. It's not necessarily historical, but it's teaching us something. So let's take a look at the icon of the resurrection. What do we see? First of all, this says King of Glory, because that's who he is. It's the King, it's God who is being crucified. That's more important than saying Jesus of Nazareth. We see that he is, I don't know why this happens.
Whenever you turn that way.
I think it's, yeah. We see that the Lord is in a relaxed posture on the cross, right? He's not in agony. He's very relaxed, and his hands are flat against the wood. That's very important because this shows us that he willingly went to his crucifixion. He's not in agony. He's at peace. He's not dead. He's at peace because he agreed to die. He voluntarily became a human being for the salvation of the world, okay? So this is why we depict him like this. And there's some blood. You can't see it very well, but there's some blood on the side. There's some blood in his wrist because he did die. He had a physical death. He did suffer. We're not denying that. But look at his face. I mean, he has practically no wounds. And this is, again, is not intended to teach us anything other than the fact that this is the voluntary crucifixion of the Son of God. So if you look at a Western painting of the crucifixion, you have the agony of Jesus and all the wounds and everything. The reason why they did that is that Western art is designed to elicit feelings of remorse, to make you feel guilty. Look what you did to Jesus. You're suffering because of it. No, that's true. That's why it's there, for you to feel remorse and guilt for putting Jesus on the cross. But that's not what an icon is. It's theology. So that's why we depict it like this. Anybody else? Yes.
We were just wondering, when he's got his hands like that, is there anything you think?
Is there anything holding him up? That's a good question. So underneath, in the middle of the cross, there was sometimes something like a little seat called a sedile that sometimes they could rest, not a lot, like a wedge of wood, where they could sort of rest their backside on. On other crosses, there is like a horn. There's a piece of wood that's projecting out from the upright beam, where their legs were sort of straddling, and that was to give them a bit more support. I don't think Jesus would have had that, because that was for people that they wanted to hang for many days. But this is Judea. Nobody hung for many days. So I don't think he would have had that. But this is why sometimes Roman literature talks about people ascending the cross or being seated on the cross. That's why. Okay, now what we do see that wasn't there is it looks like he's standing on a little platform. Okay, but they weren't standing. Their feet were nailed. The bottom of their foot was placed flat against the upright beam, and it was nailed to the cross. They weren't able to support the weight, because then again, that would negate the idea of the hanging, especially for the Jews. For the Jews, this was disgraceful because it was considered a hanging. And in the book of Deuteronomy, it says, cursed is anyone who hangs on a tree. Cursed is anyone who hangs on a tree. So this is why the Jews say, and sad and still say, that Jesus was cursed by God. Are there any other questions? Yes. Let's do a couple more.
Are there parallels between the way money is depicted in the
Are there parallels? No, I don't think so. One of his arms like this is a very famous position of prayer called the Oran's position. So, although it might remind us, but she has her hands like this, and it's not related to crucifixion. Yes.
You didn't talk at all about, my God, why have you forsaken me?
Okay, I didn't talk about the last words of the Lord because we only have one more hour. And I want to talk to you about the meaning, the stuff I'm going to tell you the last hour. I'm glad you're still here. It's really something you've never heard before. Brand new. But I'll go ahead and talk about, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why does Jesus say that? I'm glad you bring it up because that's the most misunderstood of all the comments. Jesus is quoting the first line of Psalm 22 or Psalm 21, according to the Septuagint numbering. He is not expressing the belief that God had forsaken him or abandoned him. He's quoting the Psalm. And that Psalm is messianic, it's prophetic. It describes somebody who is suffering even though he's innocent, and he's calling upon the Lord to help him. Now, when it gets to the end of the Psalm, the last third of the Psalm, everything changes. It says, you have answered me. And then it talks about how he's going to stand in the midst of the ecclesia, the congregation, and praise God. How all the nations will come to the knowledge of the Lord. How he brought salvation to the nations. So that it's not just that it's describing a person whose hands and feet are pierced, who's being taunted and mocked, but it describes at the end the victory of that person and his vindication. So that's why that is so important. Jesus was not losing faith in the Father. Okay, why don't we take a little break here, come back in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to change my clothes. It's not my hair. How we know? Okay. Let's get the regular line. I should have realized. No, I just thought it might be us with it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we went to the wall. Yeah, in the whole church of the Holy Sepulchre. They're over you know, that picture. Oh, she's the picture of the spirit
Yeah. So you remember that. Elizabeth?
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder that. So how I think I put him in every app. I was like, I have to get up. I was wondering, like, if that was a better question. I laughed at everyone like protect them from like the soul. Could we know? No, I thought your question. I like. You should. My mom.
Oh, really? I knew another Cynthia where she was at something. And then another one was. We're really close to Tosca now. Before it was like, now they set up a has to be over. I forgot you.
Yes, so
One stand, we couldn't find the other stand.
So, yeah, okay. I try to do. I don't
Making sure they don't have the rest of the stuff.
That's what it is.
You have a right. The library of my dog. I need to buy a bird because in up there our bedroom, like I want to put I need to save John for his leave. I'm just gonna take my idea for my parents' home, but his at his house is like real big. No, I have yeah, my parents' house. No, he does, but he wants to. So I'm like, I want to put those wedding container icon that you gave me with our stuff in our room. But we also have yeah. Well, that's sort of a touchy. So we have the one that we can back. You get like a pretty like old. Yeah, but it's like we just live. But it's afterwards, so we're still that word. I've never seen it. It's at 11:30, so I don't think. Yeah, I don't we had like not even like stuff like that. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's perfect. Actually, well, you should almost like an easy process. They make it easier.
Hey, everybody. Okay, everybody, let's. In the future, make me give up the whole. I should have had this microphone all along, since I really wasn't walking around all that much. Okay, so are we at number 40? Yes, the meaning of the cross. Okay, so when the prophecy, when the film, what was it called? The Passion of the Christ came out a few years ago. You know all about that. That was that Mel Gibson movie that made a big splash. And Mel Gibson said they were asking him, "Where are you going to get your information from?" He says, "Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John." Well, that isn't exactly true, because he had many historical mistakes and things that were not in the Gospels. But I do think that it, at least for a lot of people, helped people to appreciate the level of suffering. The crucifixion did not have to be explained to ancient people. The Gospel writers just say, "Hey, they crucified him." They didn't describe it because everybody knew what it was. They had seen a lot of it. So it wasn't that it's something that was necessary, but we needed to know more. And I know it's hard for you to listen to it. It's hard for you to read about it. I have had a couple people tell me, "I don't think I could read the chapters." Even one priest said, "Do you think I should advise people to skip chapters thus and such?" And I don't remember off the top of my head what the chapters are. And he's talking about the ones that describe the physical suffering of the Lord. And I said, "Listen, you're the priest. You can tell them whatever you want. But I personally think that we at least ought to read it. We don't enjoy it. But that's not the point. The point is, if the Lord was willing to go through it for us, don't you think we should at least read about it so we have some appreciation for what he did?" So the cross, of course, was this horrific, the worst form of punishment. Anotato timoria. Okay. Just remember, timoria was something that we used to hear as kids. Punishment. You're going to get punishment. It's the highest form of punishment. So this is a bit of an artistic depiction that's a little bit more realistic, where Jesus is wounded from the head down to his feet. And that's really what happened, okay? So we talked about this a little bit, the plan of salvation. The Lord had a plan of salvation in place from before the creation of the world to deal with the sin of humanity. So, yes, this was part of the plan of salvation. The Lord came at this time because of a lot of things. one of which probably was the cross. I don't think anything compares to the cross today. So before coming, many prophecies were made about the Messiah, right? So prophecies were made, and they had there were two general types. There were prophecies that told about a victorious warrior king, Messiah, son of David. We all know that term. We've heard Jesus being called that many times. Son of David. This Messiah is going to come and establish the kingdom. He's going to rule in righteousness. It's going to be great. Then there were these other prophecies about a suffering Messiah. Even prophecies of a dead Messiah. Now, David had been promised that one of his descendants would rule forever. His kingdom would be an everlasting kingdom. And this is what the Theotokos hears when she receives the angel Gabriel. He says he will be the Son of God. He's going to be the Messiah, the Christ, the Son. He's going to receive the throne of his father David, and his kingdom will have no end. How can you have a suffering dead Messiah and a Messiah who has a kingdom that has no end, who's a victorious warrior king, glorious king, son of David? It's impossible, right? The Jews came to the conclusion a long time ago, but they still believe this, that there will be two Messiahs. There will be an initial suffering Messiah who will die, and they call him the Messiah ben Joseph, Messiah, son of Joseph. And then after him will come this victorious, successful, kingly Messiah, son of David. So the Jews could not bring together the two parts of the two very different prophecies. But we know as Christians that Christ fulfilled all the prophecies, you see? So within the one person of Jesus Christ, all of the prophecies are fulfilled, something which the Jews could never comprehend and still to this day do not understand, because the idea of two messiahs is still part of traditional Judaism, okay? So now some Jews have given up on the idea of a messiah at all, and they think there's not going to be a messiah, there's not going to be a person who's the messiah, it's going to be like a messianic age of peace and brotherhood, that kind of thing. But for the Jews who do believe, they still talk about two messiahs. That's not very well known to Christians, okay? So let's talk, we know what the son of David is. That's the victorious son of David, but also, okay, son of Joseph. And this is the Joseph. It's not Joseph of Arimathea. It's not Joseph, the stepfather of Jesus. It's Joseph from Genesis. Joseph the comely, or Joseph the handsome, the one who was sold by his brothers into slavery in Egypt. Now, we remember this Joseph on Holy Week. If you come to church, you know that. You're going to go to church. Well, Palm Sunday evening, don't just come in the morning, you're going to come back in the evening, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. Okay, this is how we learn about the traditions of the church. Only the Orthodox Church has Saturday of Lazarus. Only the Orthodox Church remembers Joseph on Palm Sunday. Why? Because the early church recognized that Joseph is a type of Christ. And that idea that there was this Messiah, the suffering Messiah thing, comes from Judaism. So you can see within the Orthodox Church the deep roots in Judaism. We don't even know why we're remembering Joseph during Holy Week, but the early church understood it. They understood the connection between what happened to Jesus and what happened to Joseph. That was a Jewish thing. So what was it? Well, Joseph was sold by his brothers, right? He was unjustly accused. He was innocent, but he suffered. He was sold for a sum of silver coins. All of these, there are many parallels. He was righteous, okay? And yet all these bad things happened to him. And in the end, he was vindicated, right? So there is a lot, if we were to have the time we would go through and find a lot of parallels between Christ and Joseph. And so it is the early church that recognized Jesus as son of Joseph and son of David, you see? And the memory of that, the first Christians being Jews, remember? They didn't wake up after the resurrection saying, we believe in Jesus, I guess we're Christians now. They didn't do that, okay? They were Jews. but they recognized the Messiah, and they recognized that Jesus fulfilled all of the prophecies. So this is what happens today. So we recognize only in the Orthodox Church the connection between Joseph and Jesus. That's why we remember Joseph. So what about other statements of suffering? We mentioned some of them. One of them is Psalm 22, where it says, they have pierced my hands and my feet. They surround me like dogs. They surround me. They taunt me. They say, he trusted in God. Let him deliver him if he delight in him. So there are many, many prophecies that foretell the suffering of the Messiah, including the piercing of the hands and the feet. Now that psalm so closely follows what happened on the cross that it's become very uncomfortable for the Jews. And by the way, Isaiah 53, he was led as a lamb to the slaughter. He opened not his mouth. By his stripes we are all healed. This kind of thing, that Isaiah 53, which talks about the suffering servant of the Lord, was also recognized as a messianic prophecy by the Jews. But it so closely matches Jesus that they have removed it from their lectionary. You could go to the synagogue every single day of the year. You will never hear Isaiah 53. Now, I saw something once, a program where some evangelical Christians went to Israel to talk to some Jews about Jesus. But they had them read Isaiah 53. Now, these Jews are not particularly religious, and they'd never heard of it before. They never read, because they never hear it in the synagogue. So they just had them read this. It didn't say Isaiah, it just was the text. And they say, well, what's this about? And the Jews said, Jesus. And they thought it was from the New Testament. It's not. It's Isaiah. So Isaiah foretold the suffering Messiah, that he would seem ordinary. He grew up like a young plant among us. But he was bruised for our iniquities, and he was wounded for our sins. But by his wounds we are healed, and all of us have gone astray. And the Lord has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. All of those statements in that chapter of Isaiah are fulfilled by Jesus, but the Jews don't know what to do with that. So they created so many arguments in the synagogues that they removed it completely. And what they say is that the suffering servant of Isaiah 53 is all of the Jewish people, because there are places in the scriptures that refer to Israel, the people of Israel, collectively as my servant. But it's obvious that the suffering servant isn't all of the Jewish people, because the suffering servant is innocent of any wrongdoing and suffers for the sins of others. The Jewish people can't be both. They're the people who suffer and their own Messiah. They're not their own Savior. That's the point. But this is the way they try to respond to Christians pointing to this as proof that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies. So this is one way that we see Isaiah 53 is one of those son of Joseph messianic prophecies. Another is Psalm 22. Well, what about Psalm 22? Which says, they have pierced my hands and my feet. What about that? Do you know what has happened? Well, there is, in the Masoretic text, in the versions of the Hebrew Bible that only go back 1,000 years, only 1,000, not 2,000 to the time of Christ, but 1,000 years, this is called the Masoretic text. It does not say they have pierced my hands and my feet. It says, like a lion, they're at my hands and my feet. Well, how did that happen? Well, they changed one letter of the word, and they changed it from a vav. A vav looks like this. I'll do it backwards from my perspective so easy. A vav looks like this, and they made it this. Okay, in other words, they removed the bottom. Instead of this, it looks like this, the little tail of it. Now, I don't know that that was done intentionally to make it a different word, or if simply there was a fading or a sloppy scribe or whatever. But if you are Jewish and you have two versions of Psalm 22, one says they pierced my hands and my feet, and the other one says, like a lion there on my hands and my feet, which one are you going to pick to copy? You're going to pick the one that doesn't comport with Christian claims. So this is what they say. It doesn't say they have pierced my hands and my feet. It says like a lion. But of course we know because we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are copies of the Hebrew text from the first century, and they say they have pierced. All right. So we know what the original Hebrew was. It was pierced. And the Septuagint also has pierced. Okay. So we know that that was one of the messianic prophecies that was fulfilled by Christ. But there's another one, even more amazing. And that is from the book of Zechariah. And in Zechariah chapter 12, it talks about a piercing. Now, you're familiar with this. Okay. All right, well, we'll have to leave it. St. John in his gospel testifies to the fact that the Lord was pierced in the side. Remember? He makes a big deal about it. He says, they broke the legs of the thieves, but Jesus was already dead. So a soldier pierced his side with a spear, and out flowed blood and water. Now, the piercing is something we don't really understand. And John makes a lot of emphasis. 3 times he says, he who witnessed it is true. He knows he's telling the truth. He's telling you the truth that you might believe. 3 times John says, this really happened. I'm telling you it's the truth. 3 times he says that. There's a lot of meaning behind the piercing and things like this. By the way, the Romans pierced the side to make sure that he was dead, because the Romans also had drugs that could make you look like you were. They had drugs, basically anesthetized you. You can read about that in the book too. They had drugs that allowed people to basically be asleep. Okay, so they had to make sure he was dead. So why is that so significant that John makes such an issue of that? We don't really think too much about the piercing, but the piercing is huge. Why don't we think about it? Well, Jesus is already dead. He's not suffering anymore. We say, okay, they pierced him. That's not a good thing. You do this to a dead body. No, no, no. It's because of the Zechariah prophecy. Now, John only quotes a few words. They will look upon him whom they have pierced. But if you read Zechariah, it says, I will pour out my grace upon the people. Because the one who's speaking is God. The prophets are speaking with the words of God. It's God, will pour out my grace upon the people. They will look upon me, upon him whom they have pierced. God is the one who was to be pierced. God. So the piercing is not just any prophecy fulfillment, it's the proof that the person who was crucified was God himself. That's in the Hebrew original. That's in the Septuagint. It doesn't just say they will look upon him. It says they will look upon me, upon him whom they have pierced, upon me whom they have pierced. Okay, that doesn't come across as well in the gospel because he said they will look upon him. But if you read it in the Septuagint, read it in the Hebrew, that's exactly what it says. And it says they will look upon me, upon him who has been pierced, and they will mourn him as one who mourns a firstborn son. Okay, so this is very important messianic prophecy that is still a messianic prophecy among the Jews. Okay, and it's still discussed among the Jews, as I said. So what we know is that Jesus fulfilled all of the prophecies. He fulfilled the prophecies of the Messiah, son of Joseph. He fulfilled the prophecies of the Messiah, son of David. And everything was completed and perfected in him. This is divine. Only God could do that. Only he could bring together those opposites, right? I want to tell you about one other thing, and that is this, the binding of Isaac. Now, we usually call this story, Christians call it the sacrifice of Isaac, even though Abraham didn't actually sacrifice his son. Remember that Abraham prayed for a long time to have a son. God gave him a son, Isaac, with his wife, Sarah. And after Isaac was grown, he was not a little child, but he was grown up, at least a young teen. And God said, take your son, your beloved son, and take him to the mountain in Moriah and offer him there to me as a burnt sacrifice. And what did Abraham do? What he always does, obey God without questioning. Gets servants, gets Isaac, gets a bunch of wood, and they start walking. And he's thinking, how am I going to sacrifice this son that I loved and I waited for years, but he's over 100 years old now. How is this going to happen? How can I do this? Doesn't say a word. Isaac gets a little bit curious. Father, we have everything we need for the sacrifice, but where's the lamb? What does Abraham say? God will provide the lamb, my son. Okay? So when they arrive there, of course, this part is not described, but Isaac finds out he's going to be the sacrifice. And Abraham binds him, ties him up. This story is called the binding, the Akedah, by Jews. It's a very famous story for the Jews. Abraham ties up Isaac, and he lifts his hand with the knife. He's about to slay Isaac when he is stopped. And Abraham lifts up his eyes and sees a ram. Where's the ram? Oh, there's the ram over here. But the ram should be on its hind legs because it was on its hind legs with its horns caught in a thicket. And he goes and takes the ram and he sacrifices that. Now, this story, of course, we admire the faith of Abraham, right? We admire Abraham, this unquestionable faith. I mean, who of us would be willing to do this? Why was he asked to do this? This story, why is this story even in the Bible? And why would God ask him to do this? Because it says in the Bible, God tested Abraham. Do you think that God knew what Abraham would do, that he would pass the test? Did God know that? Yeah. So why test him? So that this story would be in the Bible. Why is it in the Bible? Do you know that the Jews still debate that? I read a lot of articles by Jews. Why is this story in the Bible? They don't even, it's so horrible. The idea of God telling somebody to sacrifice his own son is so terrible. Jewish scholars will say, it either is because God is trying to say that there's never to be human sacrifice. Some Jewish scholars say, oh, at one time God allowed human sacrifice, but they don't understand it. We understand it. Remember that St. Paul said that it's as though there's a veil over the eyes of the Jews. Until you accept Christ, none of these things really make sense. Like the two messiahs, like these conflicting prophecies. And this is one. This is only understood through the light of Christ. We understand what this means. And the first Christians, the first followers of Jesus, even before there was the word Christian, they understood it. God did not require this of Abraham, but it was a foreshadowing of how God would bring salvation to the world. So why have it happen? So that when it did happen, the believers would remember and they would understand what it meant. You see, they would understand. God did not require this of Abraham, but he himself did not spare his son. Now, the reason why this story is important is not just for us to remember the faith of Abraham. The real hero in the story for the Jews is Isaac. We don't think about this. We're just thinking about Abraham and this horrible thing that he has to do. But we know, first of all, he's a very old man. He's well over 100 by now. And Isaac is a young, strong man. He doesn't run away. He doesn't say, hey, Father, find another animal, okay? I'm not going along with this. He doesn't fight his father, which of course he could have run away. He could have fought his father and won. Isaac is a willing participant. And this is not stated in Genesis, but I want you to realize that the Jews read this story and discussed it for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they came to certain theological, spiritual insights. And that was one of them. So remember, before the Christian church, the Jewish people also have the Holy Spirit. It's not just we who have the Holy Spirit. And the Spirit illumined them to understand this. And they said Isaac was also willing to die. He was going along with it. And this is very, very important to the Jewish people even today. Isaac is the hero of the story because of his willingness to be sacrificed. Now, how does that relate to what we're talking about? this event took place. God asked Abraham to do this, and Isaac willingly was willing to sacrifice himself so that we would understand the meaning of the cross. So that we would understand that Isaac was not a victim. Isaac willingly was willing to die. Christ is not a victim. Christ, the Father, God the Father did not demand the death of the Son because of our sins. The Son was willing to die, okay, for the love of the world. So this is very important, but there's more. The Jews associate the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, with, I should have that. I don't have the thing in front of me to see what's lined up. That's why I keep clicking and then going back. They associate the Akedah with Passover. Why? Well, in Jewish tradition, Abraham received this message from God 3 days before Passover. So here's what happened. The Jews believed that when they were enslaved in Egypt, God heard their prayers and they were delivered from slavery, not just because of Moses, but because of the merits of Isaac. In other words, what Isaac did, that Isaac was willing to be sacrificed. It was hard enough for Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, that we get. But how would it be for you to allow yourself to be killed? Because Isaac loved God and was obedient, willing to die, he is the hero of the story. And because of that righteousness that he showed, for that reason, God delivered the Hebrew people from slavery in Egypt. That is the Jewish tradition. We don't know that because we're Christians, but that's what they believe. And over centuries, they came to this understanding that it was right before Passover that Abraham received this. Now, of course, Abraham lived before the time of Moses. Abraham and Isaac were before the time of the Passover. Moses came along later. But here's what they believed. They determined the exact date that Abraham was told to go to Moriah and to offer your son. Immediately, Abraham gathers everything up, brings Isaac, and he's there walking to Moriah. And then Isaac was offered for sacrifice on the 14th day of Nisan, the Jewish month of Nisan, which is the exact date that Jesus was crucified. That's not a mistake. That's not a coincidence. It is the day of preparation right before Passover. And there's more. Other associations were made between the Jews and Passover. The Jewish rabbis said that Isaac carried the wood for the sacrifice as he and his father were walking to Mount Moriah, as one who carries the wood of the cross on his back. You see him there carrying the wood. Again, this is not an accident. You see that the common bonds between something like the son of Joseph, Messiah, son of Joseph, and the Isaac association with Passover, Jesus dying on the 14th day of Nisan. So the Jewish people were not only saved from slavery because of Isaac, think about this, because he's the willing to die. The Christians believe we are also saved from slavery of what? Of sin and death because of the willingness of this son. And so when Jesus begins his ministry, he is baptized by John and the heavens open. And what does the Father say? This is my agapitos ios. This is my beloved son. This is my beloved son. Just as God said to Abraham, you take your agapitos ios and offer him a sacrifice. It's the same language. Okay? That's not an accident. It's God saying, I didn't ask this about Abraham, but I am going to do this for you. Okay? So there are tremendous points of similarity and not coincidences, because I think this is part of the plan, but are amazing parts of the plan. So the last thing I want to talk to you about is Passover itself and how the lambs were sacrificed. in Second Temple Judaism, because I think this is quite remarkable. So Jesus is standing before Pilate, and the Jewish leaders are pushing Pilate to condemn him to death. And finally they say, if you don't put him to death, you are no friend of Caesar. And this is what John the evangelist tells us. And he says, and it was the day of preparation, about the 6th hour. Why does he tell us that? Is he just sort of noting officially the day and time? No, because every Jew and every Jewish Christian would know immediately what that meant. That was the moment that the temple doors opened and people flooded into the temple courtyards with their lambs. It was the beginning of the process of the sacrifice. And when all of the evangelists note that Jesus died at 3 p.m., that's because at that very moment, the first lamb was offered as a sacrifice. On the 14th day of Nisan, the day of preparation, the day before Passover, when a lamb was offered, now it's different than other sacrifices. Usually, people brought their animals, and all or part of the animal was burnt on the altar. But in the case of the Passover lamb, they took the animal home with them after it was sacrificed and they roasted it. So the priests would, after they would slaughter the lamb, didn't look like this, it's just a pretty picture. And also, I don't think lambs have horns, so that's not quite right, but that's okay. They would slaughter the lamb and drain the blood into a gold bowl. Now just think of what this took. You're talking about maybe at least tens of thousands of lambs, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 lambs, a lot of lambs. Lots and lots of lambs. There were so many priests, all the priests had to come to assist with Passover. There were so many people that they couldn't get close to the altar. They had to be in that first court, the first courtyard. People would bring their lambs to the priest, and the priest would make a long line, and they had golden bowls. They would collect the blood of the lamb in these golden bowls, and then the priest, that bowl would be passed along the line from the priest to the priest to the priest to the priest. The long line that stretched like it was stretched for us from here all the way to the church. The last priest was right by the altar. He would fling the blood on the altar, and the bowls would come back. Bowl after bowl after bowl of blood. That would start right at 3 o'clock, the moment that Jesus died. All these lambs start to be slaughtered, one after another, and eventually there's so much blood, bowl after bowl, that the whole courtyard is covered in blood, swimming in blood. It's strange for us because we're not used to the idea of animal sacrifice. That's why the Christians never sacrificed animals. That's why we call it spiritual sacrifice, spiritual worship, the bloodless sacrifice. Then, after the animal was slaughtered, the priest would quickly skin it because they would give it back to the worshiper in the skin of the animal, like a little package. Hand it back to him, he would take it back home and they would roast it. So, in order to skin it, he would spread out their little forelegs, and they would hang it from a hook and spread out the little forelegs so it looked like a person on the cross. And he would quickly, because this was their job. That's all priests did. They didn't marry people or visit people in hospitals. All they did was slaughter animals. They would quickly remove the skin, they'd wrap it back up in the skin, give it to the person. But it looked like a person that was hanging on a cross. And then what? Then they went home to roast the lamb. And to roast the lamb, they didn't do it like the Greeks, where we turned it over the coals, and I'm thinking about it already. This sounds good. I'm looking forward to it already. On this long spit. No. The law of Moses required that the lamb be roasted standing up. And it had to be held upright in a special Passover oven with a wooden stick that came from the bottom up to the head, and another wooden stick, or like a skewer, that was inserted behind his shoulder so that his arms were like this. And as it roasted in the oven, it looked like that bloody image of that person on the cross that we saw before. Okay? Why? Why would that be part of the Jewish law? Because God was preparing the Jewish people for the fact that their Messiah would be crucified. You see the wisdom and the power in that? So it didn't take much for the church to see immediately the connection. They just saw Jesus on the cross. They go home that night and they're looking at this lamb and how it's been roasted, standing up like this, and they get it immediately. They understood it, okay? So before we end, I'll talk to you a little bit about the fathers and the meaning of the crucifixion. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to give you this. Go ahead, come. Pass this out. All right, so I took some patristic statements about the scandal of the cross, and I've copied them for you. Yes, this is how we're going to end today, but we'll go ahead and ask a question.
So I have a question regarding the time of Moses and how he went up to the mountain and came back down with the tablets of the Ten Commandments.
Right.
And they had sacrificed this gold piece of whatever it was.
They created an idol out of gold,
Yeah.
golden calf.
So I
Yes.
guess I have a hard time understanding why they would even do any kind of sacrificial exercise in the temple when
There was no temple.
or not, but back when the Jewish people would sacrifice, or was that just a?
Okay.
When you're talking about that.
People used to sacrifice animals to their gods. That was normal. They wouldn't have thought that was very strange.
Oh.
They got a new god. They made their own golden calf god out of the gold that they got from Egypt. So what do you do? How do you worship a god? You sacrifice an animal. That's why they did it. Not because they didn't know. So they knew that the Egyptians sacrificed animals. Everybody sacrificed animals. The first people ever not to sacrifice animals were Christians.
But when you're tying that to the meaning of where we're at now with Christ and how he was.
But the Passover is different because that's after Passover. When they are told by Moses to kill a lamb and put the blood on the doorposts.
Right.
That's also a foreshadowing of how we will be saved by the blood of the lamb. But that has nothing to do with the golden calf idol. That's
When you're
different.
talking about the gold bowls.
Yeah.
They were talking, I guess I was just thinking, but then now it makes sense.
No, they're not related. So what I did here for you is to try to get together some of the statements of the fathers on the crucifixion, because I think we have a lot to think about. I hope you like it. I'm going to let you take this home and read all of them. But, you know, I'm just going to pick a couple of them to read with you. The very first one by St. Jerome. Christ was crucified in order to rule. He conquered the world not in pride, but in humility. He destroyed the devil, not by laughing, but by weeping. He did not scourge, he was scourged. He received a blow, but did not give blows. Let us therefore imitate our Lord. I think it's fantastic. There's so many of them here. I like the next one. Skip to 1, 2, 3, 4, where it says we must behave according to the cross, with the first in the middle there. Why do you sign yourself with the cross? If you don't act the cross, you don't in fact sign yourself with it. Recognize Christ crucified. Recognize his suffering. Recognize him praying for his enemies. Recognize him loving those at whose hands they endured such things and long to cure them. If you do not recognize him, repent. I've never really thought about that, but whenever we cross ourselves, wouldn't it be beautiful if we could remember everything the Lord went through and what that's teaching us? So we say, well, it's a blessing, but it's much more than that. It should be really something that teaches us And we can remember the cross of the Lord and how he suffered wrongfully at the hands of others. There's an amazing one there that says the lasting impact of St. Peter's life compared to the Emperor Hadrian. And here's talking about how here, this is Augustine also, saying that in Rome there's a tomb of fishermen. That's the original church of St. Peter. And also the temple of an emperor, because when emperors died, they built temples to them. They deified the emperors. Peter is there in a tomb. Hadrian is there in a temple. A temple for Hadrian and a memorial chapel for Peter. An emperor comes to Rome. Let us see where he hurries off to, where he wished to kneel, in the emperor's temple or in the fisherman's memorial chapel. Laying aside his diadem, he beat his breast. Where the fisherman's body lies, it is on his merits he reflects, on his crown he believes. Through him he is eager to reach God by his prayers, and he feels and discovers he is assisted. So he's showing here the humility of Christ and how the power of the cross through the humility of Christ and the love of Christ. I don't want to make you read all of them, but I will just do this last one. The very bottom of the first page. We should not expect honors in this life, but remember the Lord. I think this is Christendom. Arise, O man, on hearing these things and seeing your Lord driven in fetters from place to place. Have no esteem for the present life. Is it not a strange thing indeed? If Christ has undergone such great sufferings for your sake, whereas you frequently cannot even bear up under harsh words. But he, on the one hand, was spat upon, whereas you adorn yourself with fine apparel and rings, and if you do not meet with words of approval from all people, you consider life not worth living. Yes, he was insulted, endured jibes and mocking blows against his face, while you wish to receive honor at all times and cannot bear the dishonor received by Christ. Do you not hear Paul saying, be imitators of me as I am of Christ? When someone ridicules you, then remember your Lord, that they bowed the knee to him in mockery, dishonored him both in word and deed, and showed great hypocrisy toward him. However, he did not only not reciprocate, but even gave back the opposite, namely gentleness and kindness. Well, I don't want to just read the whole page. I'm going to let you read through this and think about these things as we enter Holy Week. And if there are any further comments or questions, I'm certainly open to those at this time. I didn't discuss everything there is to say, but yes, go ahead.
So, kind of a comment. I've always wondered why, like in Jewish tradition, when your parent dies, you have to go to like a minyan every day for 365 days in the temple. But you don't have to do that when your child dies. So I've always thought about that because I think, oh my gosh, you know, when we lost all four of our parents, and it's a tragedy.
Yeah.
I just think like losing a child would be so much more of a tragedy. Why wouldn't I go every day? But now, after we talked about all this, I'm thinking to myself, well, they're kind of behaving like Isaac towards Abraham, right? They're showing that
They show more respect to
showing that
parents than
respect that
because of what they owe to parents. I think.
yes, and also just that honor of like, you know, and the way we go to church for our Father,
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And it's the first time today I was like, oh my gosh, like there's the parallel, right? So that's their living, that's the closest thing they have to their living Christ is through their.
What's happened, that's a really good point. What has happened in the Jewish, among the Jews modernly, is that they, after the rise of Christianity, they came to reject the idea of resurrection. Resurrection was routinely believed among most Jews in the first century. So like when Mary and Martha, Jesus says, your brother will rise again. And Martha says, yes, I know on the last day. So they believed in a general resurrection of the dead, that there would be heaven and hell. Today, most Jews do not. That was rejected because they began to associate it with Christianity, even though we didn't invent it. That was part of Judaism. It's in the Bible, right? But they began to reject that. And today, most Jews, only the most conservative, only the Orthodox Jews really believe in heaven and hell. Now, some Jews, like one of my friends, she didn't know that Jews don't believe in heaven and hell. Her rabbi had to tell her, Rabbi, do we believe? No, we don't. Oh, I didn't know that we don't, because they absorb ideas from our culture the way we absorb Western Christian ideas. So they don't believe in the afterlife, most Jews today. And that's what makes it, that's why the Holocaust is particularly tragic for them. And this is why some of them want to have more and more children so that they can replace the people who were lost in the Holocaust. And this is why they honor family members. They also never named their children after their parents, but after grandparents. And they have a lot of traditions, but a lot of those are not from the biblical time. So I don't really know about the mourning. I haven't heard that in terms of biblical times because, let's see. Now, maybe so. The mourning for a parent lasts for 1 year. That was in biblical times, but I don't know if they were required to do something every day. And probably less for a child. And you know what else? Because a lot of children died. We think of it as unusual if we outlive a child, but not back then. See what I mean? Yeah, but I'm saying that it's only in recent days, the recent eras, that we don't have a lot of childhood deaths. But in biblical times, children often died, right?
But so much of their, like, everything they do is tied to
The parent.
And not lineage back.
Right.
You know what I mean, the generations
That came before them.
Not the generations.
The respect for the king that came before them. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Thank you. Anybody else have a comment or question? Yes.
In the Gospel of Matthew, the scribes and Pharisees go to Jesus and say, show us a sign. And he says, oh, you guys are this and that. I'm not going to show you a sign, but the sign of Jonah, where he was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the large fish.
Yes.
The Son of Man will be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. But we do Good Friday and then Sunday morning. So.
She's asking about the 3 days and 3 nights that we talk about for the resurrection. Okay, there's a couple, because Jesus was not in the earth for 3 days and 3 days, maybe not 3 nights, 3 days. First of all, the 3-day language is a very biblical thing, and it was a big part of Jewish tradition that they would say, for example, the Lord does not leave his righteous ones in distress for more than 3 days. But here's how they would count it. The first day that something happened was the first day. So Jesus died on Friday. When sunset happens, that's now Saturday for them. That's the Sabbath. That's the second day. When the sunset sets again on Saturday, that's now into the third day. So that's why the church counts 3 days. We don't think of it as 3 days, as we think of 24-hour periods, but that's not how the Jews used to count their days. Yeah. Good question. Yes.
One theologian said that he had it up in his mind, Christ was in Hades for 40 hours. I don't know if that's...
Doesn't make any difference. They didn't count hours. They counted days. It was a tradition to say that the righteous are not left in distress for more than 3 days. And they counted any portion of the day as the first day. They counted the first day, they counted the last day. So, but it's good that you mentioned the sign of Jonah. That was in the early church one of the most important images. If you go to Rome or other places where they have catacombs, there are lots of images of Jonah because it represents resurrection.
Do we know exactly what happened between Christ and the devil when he died?
What happened between Christ and the devil when he died?
He basically came back and lifted us from our sins. I mean, because I always grew up with the philosophy from Sunday school that he was down there.
I see, like kind of doing mano a mano, hand-to-hand combat. I haven't heard that. I would think that it was no contest.
Right.
He went down there. Well, in the hands of the church, no, there's no description, because remember, heaven is not a place. And hell is not a place. It's a state of existence. And Jesus brought light. So we have all those hymns on Great Saturday. Today Hades cried out, groaning, I should not receive the one born of Mary. He came and destroyed my power. So I don't think there was much of a fight, because the devil really has no power. Yeah. Yeah, he has no power, especially compared to God. And even today, even enough for him to afflict us or to tempt us, it's only that God allows that to happen. He doesn't have any real power. We should never be afraid of the devil. But I don't think there was any contest. But as a child, I can imagine you're thinking about that. Yeah, anybody else? Yes, one last. Go ahead. Why about the date of Easter is the question. Okay, they're not. Why is it that the Western Christians celebrate Easter when they do? Ours is later. Well, they're not incorrect. Okay, and I'll tell you why, because I used to think that they were correct. But the date of Easter, by the way, that 14 Nisan was celebrated by the church in Asia for a very long time, for a couple hundred years, until the date of Easter was fixed. It used to be that the date of Easter for Christians in Asia, I don't mean China, I mean Asia Minor, what is today Turkey. Christians used to celebrate both the death and the resurrection of Jesus on that one date, 14 Nisan. That became kind of a controversy in the early church because the rest of the church celebrated it on Sunday. The church decided when the date of Easter would be at the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea in the year 325. And this is what they said. It will be the first Sunday after the first full moon, after the vernal equinox, which is the first day of spring. So it has to be the first Sunday after the first full moon, after March 21st. The Western Church follows that. What we add that's not in the canon is that it has to be after the completion of Passover, because Jesus rose after the Passover. So sometimes what happens is that there will be Passover begins, so the Catholics will have their Easter, and then Passover will last for several days, and then we'll have our Easter. We can't let Jesus rise from the grave until after Passover because we're linking his resurrection with Passover and his death with Passover. Sometimes there's a big gap. Sometimes Easter is like March 28th and Passover is like April 21st. And ours almost always is much closer to Passover. And this because our church is remembering Jesus as the Paschal Lamb and the meaning of his death. That's the reason. So I can't say that they're incorrect, but they're missing that component. It was not stated in the canon, but it was obviously part of the early tradition of the church to wait until the completion of Passover. So that's why we still follow it. Okay. Yes.
Is there a word in Greek for King of Glory?
Yes. Vasilevs dis doxis is the King of Glory. Vasilevs dis doxis. Well, it looks like we don't have any more questions. I want to thank you very much for inviting me. And they have a beautiful construct. See you tomorrow at church also, unless you're going to another church, then I won't see you. Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to do it.
Former president.
Come on, Steve.